Play sausage, keep it going. You did it. PUBG today? No, I uninstalled already, actually. I think the first VOD is called The Good Times Never Have to End, and the second one is going to be called It Was Fun While It Lasted. Next time I install PUBG, maybe on the 1-year anniversary of starting to learn Mandarin, I'll do a PUBG stream where I queue into China servers and just try to speak Mandarin to my teammates. Could be a good idea, man. Could be a good idea. At 900 ping? Bro, my brain is going to be on like 5,000 ping. Forget about the internet latency. Like, my brain is going to be on a 10-second delay. You going to get on Xiao Hongshu? No, I don't think so. Because my teacher keeps linking me to Chinese YouTube shorts, and it turns out they're just as bad at making YouTube shorts as we are. I know, as a monolingual white guy, it's so tempting to think like, look at all the amazing content I'll get access to if I just speak another language. Then once you get a little, you dip your toe in the waters of another language and you start watching their content, you're like, nah, it turns out we're all seeds that fell from the same damn tree. we're all making and watching a copious amount of bullshit just about every single day, apparently. I looked at the screen for librarian subtitles. I'm speaking English. I'm speaking English as we speak. Yeah, but I don't speak English. But you're typing English right now. You're typing English in the chat at the present moment. Hey, Anel, what did you mean when you said it gets worse than Gwyn on a ledge? Dan fighting Gwyn on a ledge is a really, really good role for the Dark Souls randomizer. That's exactly the type of experience you want from the Dark Souls randomizer. Final boss in a really, really tight arena. So I think that's like a 9 out of 10 roll, but it literally does get worse. Seath and Priscilla on the Belfry was so much worse because it's 2 bosses instead of 1. It's the same sort of arena where you have a little bit of space, a little bit more space than a ledge, to be fair. But you can definitely also get knocked off extremely easily. Also, Seath blankets the entire arena with crystals that curse you. Not causing you to die, but causing you to respawn with half HP. And Priscilla is invisible. So they're spamming this tiny arena with crystals, and then also you're getting tagged from nowhere because there's no snow to see footprints in, man. Also, Dan knows how to parry. I've seen Dan parry in Dark Souls. He doesn't want to parry now because he has a weapon that he thinks is good. So he will, and this is what you want from Dan, to be honest. You're telling a frog, like, learn how to fly. If you fly, you'd catch so many more bugs. Bro, look at his legs. He's built to hop. Look at his tongue. He's built to snag it out of the sky. He will kill Gwyn with that weapon. He will probably do it without parrying. It will take a while, and it'll make the moment that much better when it's done. And you got to admire Dan because you don't even have to fight the Moonlight Butterfly, man. You could just walk on by, or just walk on, baby. Woo. You know what song I heard yesterday that I haven't heard in like 20 years? I love you always forever. When you're here, I will be better. I love you always forever. It is kind of a banger. Yeah, Donna Lewis. What did she say? You have The most beautiful blue eyes I've ever seen. They should bring that song back, man. I heard it yesterday on a Librarian video. What the fuck? Really? That is soul matching. Oh, it's in ads now. Oh, it's in ads. No, I'm not going to use my Twitch clout to unban the Librarian. A, I don't have that kind of clout with Twitch. B, every once in a while, Librarian needs to get nut tapped, to be honest. Then the same thing happened on YouTube once. They made a thumbnail with like balls hanging out or something like that, and then had to go to copyright school or something. Every once in a while, you need your wings singed. If you're going to be flying that high, you better have a heat shield. That's all I'm saying. Real Icarus type shit. Let's go fucking get a weird game about sausage. Keep it going. Don't say there's just more sausage. Don't say that. I don't want to do any more fucking anime dubs, okay? Why not? I can't say what I want to say without you getting, cuz somehow I've cultivated an audience that's full of people who think that that stuff is hilarious. When it's not my sense of humor at all, but you think that I'm funny and you think that that's funny, and that hurts me. Just you laughing at that insults me via the transitive property of humor. You didn't cultivate us? Bro, if I'm not the garden, I'm at least the watering can, okay? You think you're the shit, you're not even the fart, buddy. Okay, you ready? Say sausage, keep it going. Oh, I thought that was good. Hold. You gotta flick the pan. You think I don't know how to saute? Saute, Shantae. You better walk, girl. You know what I'm saying? You wait, that could be good. That could be all right. You better walk, bitch. Please no. You don't know RuPaul, You Better Work? It's kind of a classic song. It's kind of insane to me. My parents were watching the RuPaul talk show when I was like 5 years old. So I'm pretty sure RuPaul might be 70. RuPaul also, I believe, trying to think of what else I've seen RuPaul in. 65? It's a flex to be 65 but have been famous for like almost 40 years. That's crazy. RuPaul isn't, but I'm a cheerleader. That's right. Yo, I used to work for Peloton. What was your role at Peloton? I have so many questions about the Peloton ecosystem. Here's one question that I had when I was still doing classes before I just turned to a scenic Andy is why, with 100 instructors, do they release like 8 rides a week? It seems so crazy. I was a hardware technician in the studio in NYC. That's awesome because every once in a while you'd be watching a ride and Bradley's, well, I forget his last name, but Bradley's mic would stop working. And were you the person that was running up and taking the microphone off and then giving him a new microphone? Yes, that was me. That's so awesome. I would reset the bikes and shit too. I know you had to deal with fucking. Wait. Who does anyone here do the long power zone rides with Matt Wilpers? What's the name of that that one user that's in like All Biz Liz? Did you ever meet All Biz Liz? I know she was calling you over saying like the metrics on the studio bike are not right. Yeah, you West Down Caleb, you got it. That's All Biz Liz. I was chilling in a studio in the back. I don't know if you know anybody that's still there. You should tell them to do program more DJ, John Michael, and Cody Rigsby rides. Those are some of the best. I'm not going to ask you for tea on the instructors, because as far as I'm concerned, the instructors are not celebrities. They're just people who ride bikes with a camera on them. There, but for the grace of God, go I. For the whole rides, we never wanted to do the 90-minute rides. Really? It seems like a 90-minute ride would be like less setup time, or the same amount of setup time, but a much longer class. But I guess you're just sitting in the back, like looking at your phone or something like that. I don't know. Also, I had multiple other questions. One thing I heard was that Peloton pays the artist like 20 cents per song when the song is played during a ride, per rider per ride. So like a couple of years ago, we priced it out in the Discord, and we came to the conclusion that if you ride as much as we ride, they're actually losing money on like the $60 a month subscription for each of those riders, which seems like that's just in terms of the royalties they pay to artists, not anything to do with, labor or rent or utilities or anything like that. So it's such a crazy stat that I just couldn't believe it to be true. But I don't know if you would have access to that type of information. So KSI is killing it on the Peloton because like his music comes up, I would say like 3 or 4 times on every single 90-minute ride. But the flip side of that is I don't hear it because I'm too busy going like, this is a photo of me, my dad, and my mom in Chinese. This is a photo of me, my dad, and my mom in Chinese. Come on. How do you take a photo in Chinese? In English, you take a photo of your wife and have her say cheese. In China, your cheese takes a photo of you while you say take. Does that make any sense? Cheese is one of the many ways to say wife in Chinese. I'm trying to get the Mandarin wordplay is very difficult to work in fluently with the English to begin with, okay? In Korea, we say kimchi for pictures. Yeah, I know. You also say hando set. What's up with that? You're going to say it's 1, 2, 3 in Korean. Yeah, I know. Why don't you go se do han? It should be 3, 2, 1. Because 1, 2, 3, we don't know the upper bound for counting. You could be counting to 10 before you click the button. You go 3, 2, 1, so that after the 1, you know you're ready to go. You could count down to -1. Yeah, if you're the person holding the camera. Yeah, you don't have to say 0 because the 0 is demarcated. Is that a word? Demarked? 0 is, you know that 0 is taking place when you no longer have the ability to see out of your eyes because you just see big blue circles. Because your mom has her flash on the camera for some reason. Burp. This is a tough one. Your mom flashes me all the time? Whatever. It's honestly her business. It doesn't bother me. What am I going to do? Call her and be like, stop flashing people? She's a grown woman. Hey, now, how do you feel about the idea of a laundromat but for washing dishes? I feel like it's a really bad idea, but I entertained the thought of it for just a second. That you would not do dishes for like a week and then bring a really, really heavy basket of dishes and load them into like an amazing dishwasher or something like that. I think there's a lot of reasons this would not work. Dishes are heavier than clothes. If you drive over like a rock or something like that, your dishes are going to break. Or at least get like a chip knocked out of them or something like that. The ones that are covered in food are going to smell extremely bad. Why are you driving to the laundromat? Well, okay, take the bus then. Go ahead, take the bus to the laundromat. It's going to be even worse because you're on those fucking accordions. And every once in a while, there's just a random shoe in the road. These mysteries, some of the mysteries of the world have revealed themselves to me as I've gotten older. The mystery of when there's just one random shoe in the middle of the street has still never availed itself to my psyche. It's never a pair of shoes where someone said, I can't fucking deal with these anymore. It's always just one shoe that's gone, or one sock. One sock you could almost understand. Maybe the sock got wet and they were like, well, I've had them for 6 months and socks are like $2 for a pair, so big whoop. But the shoe makes no sense. Someone was hanging their shoe out the car window and lost it. Hanging their shoe out the car window? Was hanging their shoe out the car window. That seems like a good way to lose more than your shoe. Seems like a good way to lose your whole leg. Pair of shoes makes no sense. Don't talk to me about this shit. You know why you're not going to talk to me about this shit? You know what the verb to take off as in clothing is in Mandarin? Puo. Tuo. You know what shoe is? Xie. Xie. You know what it is to take off your shoes? Tuo xie. You know what slippers are? Tuo xie. Same fucking tones, same fucking letters, same fucking characters, bro. You're going to tell me, oh yeah, English is uniquely fucked up. Absolutely not. So what's the difference? You have to derive it at runtime based on the context. Are they telling me to take off my shoes, or are they saying you got nice slippers? They hate us, man. And this is the standardized form of the language. Wait, so that scene in Tokyo Drift was Chinese inspired? Are you talking about the one where they get a delicious meal from the cafeteria consisting of fish, rice, and soup? And then Bow Wow says, Japanese food is like the military. Don't ask, don't tell. Well, honestly, one of my favorite scenes in the entire Fast and the Furious oeuvre. He gets a meal that's just fish, rice, vegetables, and soup And he's like, what is this? Oh. I don't think that it means that he's homophobic when he's just to reference the existence of don't ask, don't tell doesn't make Bow Wow homophobic, I think. He didn't invent it. He was like -10 when that passed into legislation or something. It's the other stuff? Oh, okay. I mean, I haven't seen the director's cut where he goes, Japanese food is like the U.S. military. Wait, now I'm trying to figure out, if he was homophobic, would he say don't ask, don't tell is good or bad? Good would be no, because it's nobody's business. Bad would be because they have to hide their identity. I'm trying to, Japanese food is like the U.S. military. I'm trying to make him woke, but you can't just say, I like it a lot. Because then he likes the U.S. military a lot. Japanese food is like the U.S. military. I smile when it's finished. No, that doesn't work either. That doesn't work either. Japanese food is like the U.S. military. When it's gone, I smile. I think that's as best as we could do, maybe. Pretty good. Hell yeah, brother. It's not good overseas? Yeah, but that pisses me off because I'm not even sure, A, that the U.S. military is good in America, and then B, Japanese food is pretty fucking good in other parts of the world. It's also, I mean, there's some times when I've had some pretty bad sushi, like in Haugesund, Norway. It wasn't Haugesund. I forgot the name of the town. Kristiansand, something like that. I don't want to put the one Japanese restaurant in Kristiansand, Norway on blast, but it wasn't to my standards, let's put it that way. But in Vancouver, you can get some very good Japanese food. I don't know about the U.S. military, though. Anyway, I don't know. You know what pissed me off? I Wikipedia Derek Whibley this morning. I thought bro was the shortest man in the world. He's literally 170 centimeters tall. Short, but not that short. I thought he was like 142 centimeters tall. He's literally just like below average height. I thought he was, I mean, not like wee man level, but I thought he was diminutive. The Sum 41 lore. I was in the car and Fat Lip came on. And I was like, I was listening to Fat Lip. Here's my saga of Fat Lip, okay? It comes out when I'm in like the 7th grade. This is obviously the greatest song ever made, and it speaks to me. That held for 2 or 3 years, and then I went, well, this song is a vestige of a bygone and regrettable era, and it sucks. And now I've held on to that until 2026. And now it came on in 2026, and I went, wait, maybe this shit is actually kind of good. It is funny that he says Borschen. They're also putting on airs a little bit when they say, because you don't know us at all, we laugh when old people fall. But what would you expect with a conscience so small? But then I was like, I have to Google this guy. Because I remember him being the shortest man that's ever existed, but he's not even that short. And he did marry Avril Lavigne, it's true. They were early with that El Nino line? No, they weren't. El Nino was in the news in the 90s, bro. And that's just the first time I heard about it. It might have been in the news since like the 1400s for all I know. You might have made the same mistake I made of hearing about El Nino like a couple years ago and being like, "Oh, this is the first El Nino that's ever existed." They were getting hella pressed about El Nino in like 1997. Storming through the party like my name was El Nino. I'm hanging out drinking in the back of an El Camino. No, maybe it kind of sucks. I also don't like the part where they go like, "Maiden and priest, we're the gods that we praise." Like they're just kind of like, I don't know. It's vice signaling. Crashed my own house party because nobody came. They were just saying shit. But maybe it also just hit me on the right day because I did watch Ricky watch an episode of Viva La Bam last night. And while I was watching Ricky watch the episode of Viva La Bam, I was like staring at it dumbfounded, being like, I believed that this was real when I wasn't even 11 like Ricky. I was probably like 15. I was like, this is the realest, this is reality TV. This is really happening right now. Just didn't get a good role. He's just an asshole? Well, that's what makes the show funny, yeah, is that he's just an asshole. But it's everything else that I don't stand for. Oh. Oh. We're getting there, man. That's the worst part, the hypocrisy. Worst part of that episode, if you assume it's real, which it obviously wasn't. Wait, is this wait? What was so? First, I was gonna say the cruelest thing in the episode is when they make Phil and April sleep on the mattresses in the mall, but the mattresses don't have a top sheet or any blankets or anything. I don't think I would get a good night's sleep. I think I would be like sweaty as fuck, to be honest. Not to mention they left all the lights on in that Sleep Number store. But someone, Life Gives You Lennon said, have you seen Steve Harvey's Still Trippin' stand-up special, where his message to U.S. troops abroad is to ignore the Geneva Convention, and if he was in Iraq, he would just be blasting on civilians left and right to get back home? Is that... Before I respond to that, I would like to see a citation. Before you reply to that. Librarian's dead, so we'll never know. It's so funny, man. It's 100% real. I guess you guys can't link now that I think about it. My thoughts on that are that stand-up comedy is obviously a medium where you misrepresent your opinions in order to get a laugh. So it's complicated. Can I also ask before we, well, let's vilify Steve Harvey for that, obviously. But did the audience also reply? Did the audience stand up and give him like a standing ovation or something like that? Because I want to know how the crowd reacted to this. They loved it. They were loving every second. He didn't say ignore the Geneva Convention and like, you know, let's get these terrorists. He said blasting on civilians left and right? Just regular people? How would that even get you home faster? He said, I'm killing everyone. He says, I'm killing everyone? He's the host of the Family Feud? That's crazy. I'm gonna have to hear we have to hear him defend that one, I think. You gotta see it, it's so crazy. It's wild because I lived through this era. I'd never seen the original Kings of Comedy, to be clear. But when you're like, 13 and this shit is going down, you're like, I guess this is just what adult life is like. The smartest people I know are all going, they're all talking like this. So I guess this is like how people talk. And now we're like 25 years later and you're like an adult yourself. And you're like, he said he would be firing on civilians? He said, if you put me in a war zone, I would be killing innocent people to go home faster. Not just insane and evil, but ignorant. I think you would be placed in military prison and you would probably be stuck there a lot longer. Unless they put you home and put you in Supermax. Not this administration. Well, this is back in the, didn't they get punished for Abu Ghraib when they were forcing the prisoners to eat without YouTube? I thought they kind of. They made them say they're sorry. I mean, honestly, back in the day, a lot of people would have rather gone to prison than say they're sorry. This is peak, like, no regrets. Now, this is a tough one, man. They punish the whistleblower. We should take that attitude and apply it to NFL referees, man. Some of these fellas really think the show's all about them. Those are the whistleblowers who deserve being punished, man. Somebody makes an awesome play, 92-yard Hail Mary touchdown. Prior to the snap, false start on the offense, 5-yard penalty, replay third down. No, bro, the play was cool. If it was like a fuck-ass 3-yard run, yeah, we replay first down. 92-yard touchdown? No shot. No shot. It's the rule of cool. Also, this is not fair because you need to be like in good shape to be an NFL referee. Every year, the referees get more and more jacked, and it pisses me off. Because if the referees are allowed to do steroids, then the players should be allowed to do steroids too. It's rules for thee and not for me. And don't say, how do you know they're on steroids? Some of these dudes are 62 years old with like 40-inch biceps, man. That's just, that never existed prior to like 2016, okay? It never happened. They should piss test them. They probably got the people working in the concession stand getting piss tested. They should piss test the referee too. I mean, they got Nick Kyrgios for cocaine, bro. A European 31-year-old tennis player isn't allowed to do cocaine anymore. I find that hard to believe. You see this? How are you chaining these together? He's Australian? What? I thought he was Greek, man. His family's Greek? But he's Australian? Is he adopted? You thought he was Greek because he has a Greek last name? Real original. If anything, I thought, especially with the Odyssey coming out this summer, thought he might have pivoted or something like that. I wouldn't say it's never been a better time to be Greek, because maybe like, in the Hellenic era back then might have been better if you were like Menelaus or whatever, but what about the financial crisis? That was like 13 years ago and probably has been mostly resolved by now due to the ECB or something, right? It's not? Are you sure? You got like tons of Vancouverites going to Mykonos every year. All you got to do, open up a place that has draft kombucha and then like a yoga studio on one of those like mountains that overlooks the water that charges, and it has like a cold plunge and an infrared sauna and maybe like those float tanks. Open up a sauna like that where it's like $300 to go there for 2 hours. You're going to be back. You're going to be back in a big way. It's probably not enough for the whole country. You could have probably some mines or something like that, right? Potash. I don't really know how the broader economy works. I'm in the travel and leisure industry. This stream got a real horrible world events from the 2000s vibe. Sum 41 ain't that bad. Not my favorite. I'd probably... Actually, of those bands, they might be my favorite. I prefer them to Good Charlotte for sure. Simple Plan, just kind of a joke, to be honest. I guess you probably put Blink 182 above them, but I'm gonna get myself in trouble because I'm not like I'm not a pop punk enthusiast for the most part. Are you still on this level? Occam's Razor, buddy. It's a tough one. Ready? I'm not answering your Mark Wahlberg question just because it's all been done before, like Ed Robertson, bro. What do you want me to say about Mark Wahlberg? We've already covered it. Amazing actor, even better person. Obviously. What do you expect me to say? My bad, I wasn't there? Then why are you so fucking curious, bro? You're jumping to the end of the textbook and going, like writing the author and going like, what do you think about this shit? Bro, it's on page 6. My thoughts are on page 6. Go to the table of contents. You caught him bare naked? I know he thinks he's dreaming. Bro's saying pinch me right now. Not even close. Right? Now that's a funny comment. That is a funny comment. Comment was, I saw a picture of Mark Wahlberg throating a banh mi and it made me upset. That's true. First off, he lost the right to enjoy those sandwiches when he blinded that guy. And I don't really care how long ago it was. But also the idea of him deep throating the sandwich is really good. I will say, and not that this is another one I hesitate to bring up just because, again, it's preaching to the choir one more time. But we have to do some interviews with restaurateurs that are using AI art to advertise their product. I was walking on the street yesterday by a Vietnamese restaurant, and they used to have photos of the food on their window. And at some point this summer, they took down the photos of their food and put up AI representations of the photos of their food. So now when you walk by the restaurant, they're like, we have spring rolls, we have pho, we have banh mi, we have like Vietnamese curry. And it's like, I know what these look like, man. I want to know what yours looks like. Or at least like I want to be tricked into believing that you took the picture. Like, how stupid do you think I am that I'm going to walk by and be like, oh, the chicken wings look awesome. The clip art of the chicken wings looks crazy good. It just seems so insane to me. Now, the AI chicken wing actually does look pretty good. But I know that's not, it's going to piss me off because that's not what the food looks like when I get in there. And it pisses me off a little bit more because, like I've said, I'm even more annoying than a person who doesn't tip. I'm the guy who goes to local restaurants, tips like 20%, and then thinks that I'm like sustaining the entire community. It's like way more self-inflated and self-important. So I find myself in the neighborhood of this restaurant, and I'm like, one day I'm going to try it out. But now I'm like, now I don't want to try it out. Even if it is just like a 65-year-old restaurant owner and their son is like a tech bro who's like, well, check it out. You could just put AI art on the window or something like that. Now I'm not going to go to the restaurant. So now the shit is going to go out of business because I'm not going there and supporting them. And it's going to get replaced with like a UPS package pickup store or something like that, or yet another imported Lay's potato chip plus cannabis dispensary or something like that, when there's already 5 of them on the same block. Just take the picture down, man. Please. Oh, that one was good too. Where are children going to get their watermelon vape? Watermelon vapor? Nah. Watermelon vapor? Nah. He wrote that about Olivia Wilde. Is that true? Don't know if I could ever smoke without watermelon vapor. It's about eating pussy. Yeah, bro. Every song is about like one of 5 things. Every song is about breaking up with someone, eating pussy, how much college rules. That's pretty much it. Those might just be the 3 songs right there. Three great things. Food trucks. Asia's about how much college rules. That's a given. Wow! What a fucking flip, man! Holy, what a flip! That was amazing. What's random rules about? Eating pussy. Obvious. And how much college rules. Oh, that's not bad. That's not bad, man. Let's celebrate with a Steve Harvey clip. I gotta watch the clip myself, mostly because I'm thinking that it's possible that this clip was on another streamer's stream recently. And I say that because I'm very smart, and also because as soon as you mention the clip, like 10 people went, someone watches DBJ. So I don't want to be part of the Ouroboros of just taking another streamer's leftovers and reheating it again for another clip. What you've got to do is watch an old game show from like 1999 or something like that and reheat those leftovers before a modern audience. Because sometimes that food from the freezer goes fucking hard. Sometimes you might be like, I don't want to have any more chicken pot pie soup. You leave it in the freezer for a year or so, come back next autumn. I could really go for some chicken pot pie soup, bro. Press Your Luck bits from 94 go hard. Man, why the hell is Elizabeth Banks hosting Press Your Luck on TV? And I know the answer is like it's a gig and money and stuff like that. But she's not like this isn't like a bit improv player or something like that, bro. This is Elizabeth Banks. She's been in the Hunger Games. She directed Charlie's Angels and Power Rangers. Why they got her going No whammies. Like it's a waste of her myriad talents. Now, Ken Jeong on The Masked Singer, that seems like good, like, product market fit to me. But Elizabeth Banks on Press Your Luck? You're obsessed with Ken Jeong on The Masked Singer? I mean, it's pretty funny. It's pretty funny to me. Oh, like sausage off a duck's back. She also did Cocaine Bear. Cocaine Bear with the guy who's like things my customer said to me on TikTok. I didn't mind some of those videos. I don't know why he was crashing out on my mom so much for going to the furniture store every 2 days, though. Like, she's literally keeping the lights on. This should be a first try, Andy. Little too much. Little too much again. Little too little. Not even salivating in your own success. I'll marinate in my own success when they give me something that's actually difficult. As of right now, I mean, we're getting lots of participation trophies. Let's put it that way. Now, this one looks hard, but I think it's actually easy because it's got such a, it's got a flange. It's got a protruding flange at the top that should be easy to hold. Oh, that we hit a slippery patch there. Can you name a more poignant millennial lyric than "We Ain't Ever Getting Older" from the song "Closer" by the Chainsmokers featuring Halsey? Do you associate that song with millennials? I have a hard time. I guess it's always a gradient and like a blend. I don't know. When did that song come out? I don't associate that with millennials. I associate that with like early Gen Z. Or like the border between millennials and Gen Z, aka Zillennials. 2016. So I was 28. It does seem like a song, like that's not a song that 12-year-olds were like, this is awesome. That's a song that like 30-year-olds were like, this is awesome. Because they were like, Jeeps are expensive. They little kids don't know that Jeeps are a very expensive automobile brand. You see a lot of them on the road. You'd probably think, I don't know, maybe they cost about the same as a Honda. No, man, you pay a premium for this and the ducks, okay? In middle school, we were obsessed with that song at the dance. Really? It turns out I don't know what the fuck the Chainsmokers are for, really. It's not a Jeep, it's a Rover. Oh shit, you're right. In the back seat. Why did I think it was a Jeep? In the backseat of your Rover. Well, you mean Rovers are, of course you can't afford it. That's even more expensive than a Jeep. And less reliable, which is saying something. It's a lease? Well, yeah, but I assume so, but still. You don't want to buy a Rover. They depreciate like crazy because of the service record. Freak on a lease. Trying to think of what I was going crazy for in middle school. And I guess I mean that was peak NSYNC, Backstreet Boys, to a lesser extent, 98 Degrees. Papa Roach a little bit more like 9th grade era for me. What a shot. If you want to sausage my letter, oh, 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 oh. Lot of Linkin Park for sure. Yeah, unfortunately, I was a huge Red Hot Chili Peppers head, which I think is why nobody hates them more than me, because nobody loved them more than me for a time. But around the release of Californication, I loved the band so much. I remember in French class, we had an assignment where we had to like make a menu for a French restaurant. And I called the restaurant like Red Hot Chili Peppers restaurant. And the special on the menu was a pot of Red Hot Chili Peppers. And I remember being like, this is really clever. This is really smart. Now en français, je suis une pizza avec du fromage, champignon, phony bologna. This one seems really tough, actually. Which rock band guy were you? I mean, everything including vocals. Every song in our house was a bit of a posse cut. I didn't like to be the guy on vocals, but I could handle it if I had to. But yeah, drums, guitar, and bass were automatic, man. Hold. I was watching Everything Now show play some Clone Hero maybe 2 nights ago. I was like, you know what? Maybe we're fucking due. I know Red Octane is making that. It's called like Stage Dive or something. Stage Tour. That's it. That's like a modern rock band with like new instruments and stuff like that. I saw the track list. I can't believe they're still getting Danny California on the track list. Like 30 years, I guess 20 years after it's been out, but every single rhythm game has to have the scumfuck in the state of Mississippi. Mama was a copper and the daddy was a hippie. In Alabama, she be slinging mama. Price you gotta pay if you do the panorama. Like, it's so funny, man. No, man, no. It's a bad song, just so you know. You can like it. Oh, that was a good fucking shot, too. You can like it, but it's not a banger. It's not even close to a banger. The Red Hot Chili Peppers, though, they are funny because they're one of those bands where, like, every once in a while you'll meet someone who is just flabbergasted that they've met for the first time someone who doesn't like the Red Hot Chili Peppers and thinks most of their music is like a joke. You will often meet someone who's like, yeah, but like Under the Bridge though. and then you gotta kind of like blow their mind and be like, you can like it, by the way, you can like it, but you gotta blow their mind and be like, I don't really like that one either. I think that's one of their best, and I still don't think it's very good. Oh! I don't ever wanna feel like... It is fun to sing, though. Like I did that day. Take me all the way. Yeah. I can't do it, man. I can't do it. Sounds objectively better than Steely Dan. You're doing a great impression of them. Like, they're literally Red Hot Chili Peppers, the band that goes like a... All around the world, we can make time, rumping and a stumping, because I'm in my prime. Like, they're so offended that you would be like, I think they're a little silly and like juvenile, that they'll start insulting shit that you like just to hurt your feelings because their feelings got hurt. Lee's a good bassist. Yeah, he's no Jane Wiedlin. He's all right, though. No, he's pretty good. Plus, he's in The Big Lebowski and some other shit, too, I think. Those are not real lyrics. That's literally the start of track 1 off Californication. Oh. And it gets better. Music video is good because he is having sex with a ghost. Or she's like made of pure energy or something. Bob Dylan's kind of a snooze, though. Yeah, and he only has like 2 songs about California. Red Hot Chili Peppers have like 100 songs about California. Is he even trying? Oh! Ah. Let it cook. That's right. Let it cook so it gets charred on the. Oh, no, we don't want it charred on the bottom, though, because if it's charred on the bottom, it's going to rip when it hits the wax seal. Charred on the top might be good, though. If we could char it on the top, flip it over, land it floppy side, but with some rigidity on the spine. How sick would that be? I can see Bob Dylan doing scar tissue. Absolutely. Actually, to be fair, to be a caricature of myself, I think if Bob Dylan said it, I would at least be like he's trying to be poetic, which is not fair, even if it was the same lyrics. How long will I fry? Sausage double fry. Oh. Still sorry, I'm just you have to, even if you like the Red Hot Chili Peppers, you don't think it's a little bit funny that people are like, the lyrics are amazing? And the lyrics are Sana Sana said a Sano and a Sona said winner. Oh. They get some bass lines from time to time, though. I also did, in like the 7th grade, we had to do an English assignment that was like analyzing the lyrics of a song. And I legitimately picked a song off of Californication. I think it's called Savior. Dusting off your savior, he was always my favorite, always a man. I remember that there's like a kind of like a reggae breakdown where he goes like, we are the Red Hots and we're loving up the love me nots, the flowers in your flower pots and dancing on your tabletops. And now I see you in a beautiful and different light. He's just a man and everything he's done will be all right. And now I'm like, trying to I believe that the artist is saying here that they are the Red Hot Chili Peppers and they're here to party. How do you know the lyrics? Because I did a fucking assignment on it, bro. I had to, back in the day, we didn't have ChatGPT. We had to do it ourselves. And we liked it. We did? Nah, not really. That's nothing compared to my 9th grade movie review in computer class of 1 hour photo, though. Why are we reviewing movies in computer class? Bro was teaching us how Microsoft Word worked. Yep. Anyway. My work is generating AI birthday cards and putting them on the TV in the conference room. Like, this is not like a principled stand of like, we all need to do a concerted effort to push back and stop this technology from proliferating. As much as I would love for that to happen, like there's more nefarious use cases than a birthday card for Sherry on the conference room TV. But it's just, does anyone have enough cachet at their office to just go like, hey, Bob, it looks like fucking shit, man. All the art looks exactly the same variation of shitty. There's not even shitty in like a unique way. They are all just kind of like, what do you want me to do? Be like, yeah, that's a person with brown hair. That's a cartoon person with brown hair. Fantastic. Wow. Great job. And you typed that in. You got it to make that. Like, it just looks so stupid and uninteresting. You're supposed to just be like, wow, a picture. I didn't realize in this world where we have such a dearth of images. I'm not constantly being bombarded with images every second of every day, and you manage to make an image, a completely meaningless image that symbolizes nothing at all. And we're supposed to be like, amazing, there it is. I just don't understand what the point of it is, man. Like, the text is bad enough, and the text is pretty bad. It's not just bad, it's awful too. But the images are a whole different ballgame. For these reasons, imagine I put a bulleted list here. They all look shitty in the exact same way. None of them have anything interesting going on with them at all. Any fucking moron can make 1 million of them in 10 seconds. Any major dude type shit? Me when I see an AI birthday card? I've never seen you looking so bad, my funky one. Ooh. Counterpoint, make a good image without? How about this? Here's a counterpoint. Just tell Sherry happy birthday. You have a calendar or something like that. The calendar could say, like, Sherry's birthday's today. Get a picture of Sherry. Oh, with whose camera? Flip it. Spin it. She bad? Bro, her name's Sherry. Of course she bad. It's probably how people were talking in like 1991. Oh, Cats in 1948. Of course she's jamming. Her name's Ethel. What do you think? All the choice dames are named Ethel. Imagine, man. Oh, doing tricks on it. Oh. You ever considered Zwift instead of Peloton? Yeah, for 5 seconds until I found out that somebody in the Peloton Discord got banned for typing "pedal, you fucking donkey." They got banned for hate speech. Here's the caveat. They typed it in a private message to themselves. To them fucking self. Stop. What, you don't like me airing it out? What the hell? Well, mostly, what the hell do the Zwift mods, what business do they have being in your DMs on Zwift? That's, I mean, I get that it ain't Signal, okay? You didn't expect end-to-end encryption or something like that, but I don't want to know what the Zwift mods are seeing in the DMs on Zwift. Pedal harder, you fucking donkey, might be like the best you get. I get bad vibes on the Peloton when somebody that's like 60 years old but has like an amazingly well-shot black and white headshot joints. Like a really jacked old man with a black and white headshot. There's something, I'm not saying he's evil because I have no proof, but there's just something about it. Is like, why is your Peloton photo so good? Like, what are you, why did you, because most people's Peloton photo is either nothing or it's a picture that they took with the Peloton camera so they could do their first ride ever. Just a picture that's like, and then like hop on the bike. This dude putting a professional, like modeling type headshot as his Peloton avatar. I'm just saying, I think he's joining every prenatal ride that he possibly can. Every postnatal recovery ride, every restorative stretch for new moms. I think he's joining every fucking class. That's what I'm saying. I don't have any fucking proof, but gives me the damn heebie-jeebies. I said it in the Discord and I stand by it. By the time you're middle-aged, your profile photo on any social network should either be nothing or it should be you with a baseball hat and sunglasses on vacation. That's the only pure profile photo you can have as a man who's my age or older. It should be you like on at the Outer Banks or something like that with a goofy ass smile on your face. Just my 2 cents. My dad just has our family photo. That's cool too. Are you guys in matching Christmas sweaters? That would be cool. Or the one time I like to see an anime avatar is on the Peloton. I'll admit that as well. I miss you, Moomin Rider. You're still riding. You're not doing the rides at the same time, which is fair. But I miss you, Moomin Rider. Why? Because there's no chat. That's why I don't mind seeing an anime avatar on the Peloton. Because there's no way for them to communicate with me. If there was a chat box or something, I'm not sure if that would hold, but... Oh, what have I done? That was the one, too. Told you. Kind of insane how much content you're getting out of this game. You're getting it twisted. The game's getting the content out of me. It's pulling the content out of me. The content exists within me. The game is just an instrument to access it. On a roll today? Sausage and a roll? Nah, man. You must be at Greg's right now. You got me confused with Greg. Oof. Gatorade. Is it in you? Oh, that would be a good choice or voice or clip. We need a list. Have we... I don't think we've ever watched the Michael Jordan Gatorade commercial. Behind the scene, where Michael Jordan can't figure out the right cadence to say, Gatorade, is it in you? I can't find it. Michael Jordan can't say Gatorade, is it in you? Commercial 16 years ago. 16 years ago.
Ready?
Anytime. On action.
Gatorade, is it in you?
It's actually, it's too real. It's me on the bike. Gatorade, is it in you?
Gatorade, is it in you? Gatorade, is it in you?
That's great.
Wait,
No.
Gatorade.
I gotta hear
Is
it.
it in you?
Right. Ready? Is it in you? Ready? Gatorade, is it in you? Nope. Gatorade, is it in you? Gatorade, is it? Gatorade, is it in you? Nope.
Last
One more time.
Try the last way you just said it, just conversational. Gatorade.
That would be great.
Is it in you?
He hit it instantly. Gatorade, is it in you?
Is it in you?
Is it in you?
Gatorade. Gatorade, is it in you? Gatorade. Gatorade, is it in you? Okay, ready? Gatorade, is it in you? No.
Wait, Michael, you almost had it. As my teacher would say, when I'm 50% of the way there, you're 95% of the way there.
Something like that. Gatorade, is it in you? Okay. Gatorade, is it in you? There it is.
You did a couple great ones. I love.
There it is.
You did a couple great ones.
You did a couple great ones.
Okay. Gatorade, is it in you? There it is.
You did
No, that is not it, man. Imagine if this was the take that they used in the commercial.
Gatorade, is it in you?
Gatorade, is it in you? That's why he's playing basketball. That's why he's not Gwangi in the Croods or Abominable or whatever it's called. Gatorade, is it in you? It's not hard, Michael. It's not hard. Gatorade, is it in you?
There it is.
You did a couple great ones. I love the really forceful Gatorade one.
I love the really for Gatorade one. Oh, shit. Top comment. A new generation of NL viewers are about to be flooding in. That's from 1 year ago. I love that he keeps asking ready. Michael, they're ready. They're so ready. They're beyond ready. Anyway. Thanks, NL. Thanks, NL. Thanks, NL. Daniel, thank you for the raid, okay? And I'm assuming you're saying thanks, NL, for the recommendation to play the Dark Souls randomizer. I'm so sorry to you and your viewers that you're raiding about a minute and a half after we watched the greatest video of all time. Michael Jordan can't say Gatorade, is it in you? Behind the scenes of the Michael Jordan Gatorade commercial. Gatorade, is it in you? Gatorade. Ready? Gatorade, is it in you? Run it back. No, Gatorade. 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 Is it in you? Is it in you? No chocolate milk still top. Now that would be a good choicer voicer clip, man. That we do need the NL pack. The Michael Jordan can't say Gatorade. You said you give me chocolate milk and you wouldn't. That makes you a liar. Pete Weber, who do you think you are? I am. Sure. Burp. Mama Liz's chili oil. Oh, the table is broken. Haunted toy skeleton. I mean, can I give you another one? I think it would be great in Choicer Voicer if you'll just give me a moment here. It would be 9 years ago. Yeah, that might be it. No. Wait, I want even older. Runs out of batteries. Just give it 1 sec. 14 years ago, this seems right. Can you help me? I'd love to stay. Take me to... This would be a great one. Oh. It's different. It's different now, man. It's different now. Oh, that's good stuff. Guy yelling at the trumpet player. Yeah. That'd be good too. Oh! I'm an NYU film school graduate, sucker! You're nothing! I've trained classically and contemporaneously. Oh, hey, I haven't watched that one in a long time either. I got some homework to do after the stream. Yeah! Anyway. Yeah, I'm just not sure, Fush Puppy, if this whole like gimmick chatter thing's gonna work out for you. I just don't think being, because you were just kind of like shit posting a dance chat, but then trying to like soft launch it in my chat is like, do you remember me as the guy who annoyed Dan from Dan's chat? I just don't think it's a strong enough character to sustain one human identity for any length of time longer than but a single quanta of existence. Like an iota, a picosecond, a flap of a hummingbird's wings. Do you have anything else to say to deepen the character at all? Nothing? Nothing at all? It's all gone. And the worst, but we're like almost 2 hours into the stream here. Means this has been your character for like 2.5 hours on a Wednesday. They responded. Type it again. Started with an F. What was the name? No, not fish with legs. Not false hiccup. Not famous potato. Fush puppy. Oh, I would have been going a long time. That's down there in the U's. 249 messages. I'm a real person. I just wanted to know your answer. If you want to know my answer about whether I would usher in the age of light, I should say rekindle the age of light or usher in the age of darkness, you got to watch Northern Lion Plays Dark Souls from 2012. It's that simple. Goated ass series. Oh, to be 24 or 25 years old again and be like the third white guy to be playing Dark Souls and having to tell people it's actually really good. It's actually really good. I love to play it after I play this other game you've never heard of called The Binding of Isaac. No, man, he was ahead of his time. Sometimes years out. I had to wait for that shit to come out on the Xbox 360, man. Hold. Look at you now, flipping sausages. I always knew this is how it was going to end. It's kind of fun, though. The sizzle, the smell, the spring. I think I copped DS2 because of your playthrough. Yeah, that's my bad. I don't know what I was thinking. Kept saying shit like, you know, it's even better than the first one. I don't know what I was on, man. Doesn't really make any damn sense. That would have been a fucking clip, man. It's true? Yeah, it's definitely not true. Trust me. It's there's some good stuff in the game, but it's broadly worse than Dark Souls 1. And it's pissing me off because the same people that are now telling me Dark Souls 2 is goated were probably telling me Dark Souls 2 sucked when I was saying it was goated. Now I've come around to the idea that Dark Souls 2 actually sucks. And they're telling me, no, you were right in the first place. It was actually, that was the best one. Now I will say, 2 has unique vibes. The best one is 3. Even though 3 does suffer from like, hey, we're going to play the hits a little bit, the gameplay in 3 is the best. The tone, I don't know. Tone, I would still probably say 1, but 2's got a certain, it's got a certain interestingness to it as well. It's got some unique sauce. Yeah, like it's really unique how like the final boss is just like, there's no build up to it at all. It's just like someone you've never heard of. And then in the DLC, the boss, don't they just summon like a bunch of books on the ground or something like that? Nah, man, there's a painting of her in the castle. It's still all right. I mean, even the worst Dark Souls is still pretty good. I'm like, I'm genuinely not just trying to be a firebrand. I think Elden Ring is a great game that's a little bit overglazed. But I've had the take since like 2022 or whatever, maybe 2021. I can't even remember when it came out. It would have been better for me if it had actually been shorter and not had so many repeat bosses. It's too long and it's stuffed with too many repeat bosses that it actually makes the aura and hype moments, which are myriad, kind of just get lost in the quantity of game that there is. But I do think it's obviously a great game. But I don't know, it's almost like, it's weird to say, but I almost prefer Dark Souls 1, even though like the bosses are shitty. But you almost can't go back either, because once you can't take yourself back to going from playing games like Fable to playing something like Dark Souls 1, where like a single skeleton isn't just something you run up to and press RB on over and over and you like will never take damage to. Like we were playing scared back then. Once you got good at Dark Souls and you lost the fear, they had to make the bosses way tougher, and even the basic enemies. Shadow of the Erd Tree when? I gotta wait for the movie first. I'll wait for the movie so I don't spoil the game for myself. I didn't say Dark Souls 1 is unconventionally good in a Maggie Gyllenhaal sort of way, okay? You're putting words in my mouth. Hold. I was saying that Dark Souls 1, some of the things that as a more jaded adult, if I played Dark Souls 1 with, new eyes, I might be like, what is this Lost Izalith bullshit? Why is that's cool, let's just make the whole ground covered in lava. And, you have to get a ring to walk on the lava. But where's the ring? In the lava! But because I played it, I fell in love with the game such that its quirks actually just became idiosyncrasies that I grew to like a little bit more. It just put more of a well-rounded nature to my enjoyment of the game to begin with. Much like how Maggie Gyllenhaal's unusual features, if you were to have your brain wiped and then see them for the first time, you might go, what is that? But because you've already seen her in Secretary and Stranger Than Fiction and stuff like that, and she recently directed The Bride, I think, you would be like, oh, I like Maggie Gyllenhaal. This is a picture of Maggie Gyllenhaal, a person I like. The Bride was ass. Leave her alone! Oh! leave Maggie Gyllenhaal alone. Oh. Come on. This is a tough level, man. Burp. I did not say she looks like a Dark Souls enemy. I did not say that. And I did not almost finish the sentence by saying which Dark Souls enemy she doesn't look like. No, it's not Dragon Butt, but that's... Oh! You hate her? I literally said she's attractive in an unconventional sort of way. That's actually cooler than being attractive in a conventional way, which is boring. Like AI art, which we hate. Wait, you brought me back? Yes! She could be a part-time model. Twitter's going to have a field day with this. Twitter and Blue Sky are both reacting in negative ways to this. Blue Sky is going, he shouldn't say that. Maggie Gyllenhaal is a beautiful spirit and soul. Twitter is going, he should be calling her even fugglier. She's a fugly old lady. Why is he not saying that she's fugly and old? They can't figure it out, man. They can't figure out where NL stands. He's an enigma. She's super hot and Stranger Than Fiction. Yeah, probably. She's working in a Portland bakery. You know that shit got no AC, bro. And they're making some kind of fucking gluten-free focaccia. Brother? What do you mean, brother? It's a bakery in Portland. That shit in 2006, that shit did not have AC, bro. Now, if it was a modern building in Portland, it would probably have AC. In 06, they just cracked the windows and said it doesn't get that hot here. Little did they fucking know, man. The movie's in Chicago? It's not in Portland? Now I know the movie's in Chicago. That explains why Maggie Gyllenhaal didn't want to pay her taxes. She on that Al Capone shit. Previously, I considered it a plot hole. Imagine. Oh, no. You can't get that much height. If you get that much height, it's never going to work, man. Who's the male Maggie? Adam Driver seems like a great comparison, yes. My temptation to just double down on the joke and find the most hideous, like oldest, most busted man of all time is Wait, Jake is a great answer. Jake is an obvious. Why did I say Jake? Yeah, I'd say Rocky Dennis probably. John Merrick, something like that. Oh. Hold. Ooh, all them crazy elephant bones. You're just calling guys ugly? I noticed that Chad doesn't really have much of a problem with that compared to when I called Maggie Gyllenhaal attractive in an unconventional sort of way. Have you noticed that double standard? But also, I literally didn't say John Merrick was ugly. I said he had a beautiful soul. Because she is beautiful. I never knew girls existed like her. Da-na, 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 da-na. Now that I do, I really like to get to know her. Da-na, 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 da-na. What do you think he meant when he said the girl is young, she don't know any better? That's the one thing I've been trying to figure out the meaning of since, I don't know, 2001 or something like that. Oh! Hold. Could mean anything. Could mean anything. 2001, weird time for us all. It's crazy that like half the people in chat weren't alive, right? That's so wild to think that. What the hell was that? To think that half the people weren't even alive. Oh! It's probably way weirder for you because you were like an angel or whatever, right? Before you're born. So like I was mostly just in like the 7th grade learning about like, you know, the history of Canadian Confederation and stuff. You were like a little cherubesque angel flying around in heaven or something like that, waiting for your parents to conceive you. It was a pretty like normal ass experience for me. I was playing like All-Star Baseball 2001 or whatever. I was whatever you were in Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. You mean in the Charlie and the Chocolate Factory sequel where the grandparents accidentally age themselves in reverse so they become ghosts? They become like souls in the minus realm, so they have to go to the minus realm and then like re-age them so that they become human beings again. Look at all the illiterate motherfuckers saying, huh? Just because Gene Wilder didn't make a sequel to Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, you'd think that there's no sequel to Charlie and the Chocolate Factory? Bro, read Charlie and the Great Glass Elevator. They go to outer space, the elevator doors open, and the Vermicious Knids are standing there. They spell out, like, run or something. What do they spell out? Like, go away? And they have a scram. They say scram. Oh, man. Hey, Bingo Bango Kerchui, thanks for the gifted subscriptions. Thank you. Burp. The spirit told them to scram? No, bro, the aliens told them to scram. The spirits is from like a different biome. It's from a different act. Way too high, way too high. That's true. Subscribing means no more ads, with the caveat that you have to turn off your computer during the sponsored segments, of which there is none today, or for the remainder of the week, as far as I know. Why did they go to space? Now you're pissing me the fuck off. Because you've probably seen the fucking movie. In the end of the movie, they get in the elevator and it shoots out through the top of the building. The sequel of the book is just what happens after that. What happens when something goes up? It goes to space, bro. It doesn't just land. The book is called Charlie and the Great Glass Elevator, and it's a picture of them in a glass elevator on the cover in outer space looking down upon the Earth. I'll say something, man. Sometimes the ads on Twitch are better than the stream. Depending on the stream, but even more so depending on the ad. Did you guys know that you can now take your BC driver's knowledge test online? Goated commercial. Teenage son is like rushing. You think he's getting ready to go to school. He grabs a piece of toast out of the toaster and goes, I gotta get to my knowledge test. Puts the toast in his mouth. Walks past the front door and goes up the stairs to his computer, bro. He goes up the stairs to his computer to take his knowledge test, man. That's how it's going to work. I think you got to jiggle it a little bit. You ever play Noida? Not gonna do it. George H.W. Bush, if he was asked to play Noida, Noida gonna do it. Dana Carvey, look it up. Why does he sound like JFK? Because they're all part of the same fucking secret society or whatever, right? It's a big club, and you're not in it. Type shit. Oh, it almost fucking worked. Skull and Bones? I'm not going to play that shit either. I don't even know if it's out yet. Isn't that the pirate game? In Rainbows, thank you as well. This one's for you. No, not that. That wasn't a good one. No. I'm going to give you one more good one. That was a good one. That was a really good one. That happened to my penis, I'd say ouch. There's just nowhere productive this discussion can go, to be honest. I mean, productive maybe, but there's nowhere I want this discussion to go. Too much sauce. Hey, Anel, do you have sleeper TEs for me to target? I wonder about the fantasy football ecosystem, okay? Because I've been reading fantasy football articles, which is embarrassing enough to admit. But because I'm reading fantasy football articles, my phone is sending me more fantasy football articles. And there's like a human centipede of information where like one source has like a model. And in that model, there are like 6 players that we're targeting based on our model. And then like a day later, another blog is like, here's 6 players I've independently decided are way underrated with their ADP right now. And then like every single blog in the chain like takes their turn highlighting the same half dozen guys. And I assume that everybody in every league is reading all of the same articles. So they're all going like, I'm doing things a little different this year. I'm thinking that I'm going to let my opponents overpay for Brock Bowers and Trey McBride. I'm going to be content to just get like Tucker Kraft or Colston Loveland or something like that. They're all like, everybody's going to be on the same line, man. Tucker Kraft is risky. Obviously, you haven't seen the model. Low key, I'm going Isaiah Likely. Everybody on the New York Giants is do not draft for me. I don't want to be forced or incentivized at all to watch a New York Giants game. I will be drafting no New York Jets. I will be drafting no Arizona Cardinals. It's that simple. Unless somehow I find myself in a position to get Trey McBride at ADP. That would be a different story, but that seems unlikely. I'm excited though. Draft number 1, both of them are slow drafts. Draft number 1 starts Friday. Draft number 2 starts Monday. How does slow draft work? I actually think it's ideal unless you have a friend close by that has a huge basement, and then you've all got lots of I was going to say good husband points, but you could have wives in your fantasy football league too, or people that ain't even married, I guess. I've heard tell that they exist. But if you could get everybody together and find an easy 2 or 3 hours to do the draft, that would be something. But otherwise, I really like the slow draft, man. It's 8 to 12 hours per pick, and then pause the draft overnight between maybe midnight and 8 a.m. or 10 p.m. and 10 a.m. Now, you, who is doing the math, is going to say something like, you're not going to finish all the picks before week 1. You will, because there will be times where you go through a round where everybody takes as much time as possible to do their picks. But there will also be Saturdays and Sundays where you get through 2 rounds in a single day. It happens. We're gonna finish all the picks before week 1. It only takes 4 days. It's gonna take, in the dads group, it's gonna take a lot more than 4 days. 8 to 12 hours is crazy. Well, I mean, we're dealing with men in their late 30s to 40s to even 50s that not to be rude, but actually work for a living. I didn't feel good being let's put it on a 4-hour timer. Bro could be in an all hands meeting or some kind of emergency surgery or something like that, and then end up taking Derrick Henry as RB2. Okay, that's no excuse. Yeah, I mean, it's obviously an excuse. So I think we make it as convenient as possible for them. But also, if you have the time to check in on the app, check in and make sure everybody's making their picks in an expedited fashion. And also, you could bully them to make their pick. You could always go to the WhatsApp group chat and be like, hey, man, are you going to make your pick? I can't. Oh, that's good. Oh, that's good. Oh, it was the best by far so far. That was also really good. My personal issues with fantasy football aside, it's adorable to see people pretend to coach football. That's big of you. Thank you. You clearly understand what we're talking about here. This is the attitude we need. People from all stars and stripes can get along. People who like fantasy football, people who have a moral disinclination for fantasy football. What kind of personal issues? I'm imagining, I mean, there could be many. One is that when people play football, they get hurt sometimes, which is fair. One is the people who stole my lunch money at school were jocks, and ergo, everything associated with sports forever is immoral to me, even though that's throwing the baby out with the bathwater. You can get bullied, but trust me, if you're like in the tabletop board games and you think jocks are bullies, you got a lot of learning to do. I'm not saying the tabletop nerds are bigger bullies. I'm just saying you get bullies in every single domain. Oh! Everyone at Magic is wholesome chungus until my wife beats them in a GP, and then all of a sudden it's, why do I even come to these things anyway? Nah, man, he's a nice guy. He's just a little weird. He has a problem with women for some reason, but otherwise, like, he's pretty cool. He's on the level. That's so real. He's literally saying, why can't I meet my Chandra? I'm just a Jace looking for my Chandra. That would have been a great clip, man. Jace is with Vraska? Who's Vraska? Chandra's gay? Okay, maybe Jace is gay too. The game's very inclusive. More than one person can be gay, chat. Read a book sometime. Chase ain't gay, man. Chibley's dad voice. I don't care if he is gay. Just as long as he gets all them handoffs from Joe Burrow and brings me a Modelo. I'm not tipping my hand. I'm not necessarily targeting Chase Brown in my league. Because as we've established, I'm picking second and then 23rd and then also 35th because we do a third round reversal. So my first RB will be whoever the fuck is left, man. My RB1 might be like David Montgomery or something. I don't know. Might be a tough spot. Third round reversal, kind of crazy. Yeah, and you won't believe what spot the commissioner's in. Let's just put it that way. That's like 20 dads. No, different league. In the dads league, we're not doing any goofy ass rules. Half PPR, one QB, one flex position that doesn't include QB, a kicker, and a defense. That's right. Old school classic, like almost Yahoo fantasy sports league. Why? Because I don't want to explain to these guys why we shouldn't be drafting kickers in defense. Like, just let them start easy, man. They don't need to jump into the deep end with like a super flex auction bid for waiver wire thing. Just something to get us all together, so we can all go to Heidi Lau at the end and reminisce about the season that was. No, it probably won't be Heidi Lau. If I had to guess, we'd probably go to Dollar Shop. I have to think about it. I mean, you make your reservation a little later. It ain't February yet. Big Way's better than Heidi Lau. See, this, I think you have to consider that these are two different things. One thing I'll say about Big Way is that it turns me into like those self-storage, self-made man, medium/Substack bros. Every time I'm in Big Way, I'm like, this is the greatest business of all time. Because the problem that other hot pot businesses have is people go there, order hot pot. They do spend a lot of money, but they spend 2.5, 3 hours in there just chilling because they're like, oh, I could eat one more piece of meat. I could eat one more piece of lettuce, whatever. At Big Way, you give them the whole hot pot full of shit. A minute later, they bring it back boiled. And then once you're done, you're like, well, I'm not going to go back through the line and add more shit to it and pay again and wait again. Let's get out of here. So it's the fastest restaurant for getting people through the hot pot, without a doubt. It's not hot pot, it's Malatong. It's hot pot, bro. They got lots of stuff there. If you want, you could even, for some reason, get chicken broth. If you wanted to like have fake chicken noodle soup and not the mala, you could get that. You're supposed to sit down and enjoy it? Yeah, but sometimes you want hot pot, but you don't want to be there for an hour and a half. Big Way has its place. You're a hammer in search of a nail. They both have their purpose. The Heidi Lau and the Dollar Shop, they have their purpose as like a opportunity to have a nice family meal and chill out and relax a little bit. And the Big Way is, I want to have some hot pot, but I don't have 2 hours to kill. I could get in and out in 25, 30 minutes. Oh! I just make it at home. That's cool. Sometimes I like to like go out with my friends to a place where I don't have to do the dishes or clean up. I guess I'm the only person in human history that's ever enjoyed eating food at a place other than my own house. And you are right. Whoever said Happy Lamb is mid, I don't want to put this place out of business because I know that it's a chain now. They got multiple locations. We were driving on Broadway on the weekend, saw a lineup of like 30 people waiting for Happy Lamb to open. And I said, what the hell are they doing waiting for Happy Lamb to open? They think that shit's Big Way, bro. Happy Lamb's all right in a pinch. If you can't get a reservation at Heidi Lau or Big Way's got a long line or something like that. But we're not doing a door crasher sale at Happy Lamb. Last week it had a $20.99 anniversary meal. Okay, that is pretty cheap, to be honest. Now I understand the line a little bit. And that makes a lot of... See, I didn't know that. $20.99 is cheap. CAD's in hell. No, man, that's like literally, this is all you can eat hot pot, bro. That is cheap. I'm putting you on blast. Where do you live? Aren't you with the Peloton disc? Don't you pay $60 a month to have a Peloton? No, you might be a Zwifter. You might only be paying $20 a month for nothing instead of $60 a month for nothing. What do you mean CAD's in hell? Type faster! I can't sustain this just for my own psyche. You need to type more and give me more fuel. You need to type faster so we can continue this discussion. Everyone say, oh, NL's got a straw man. Yeah, because the real man types too slow. I have to make up your arguments because you're backspacing. That's not exactly the way I want to phrase this. Run it through Grammarly. Make sure there's no punctuation errors. If you type faster, I wouldn't have to make your opinion up. God, that would have been a good clip. It used to be $14.59 for similar in Ottawa. It used to be 2 seashells back in negative 35,000 BC. Yeah, well, the food used to be cheaper? This is the first time hearing about it. I don't know if they were using currency in negative 35,000. Maybe, I don't know. Might have been some kind of bartering system before agriculture existed. People were probably trading shit back then, I'd have to imagine. I'm still on Peloton. Peloton, don't Zwift me. I believe that you're on Peloton. Are you on the morning rides? There's been a lot. We get a lot of new blood on the morning rides lately. In the winter, there were some days where legitimately it was like 3 people. It was me, Cafe Ersatz, and MHD Shogun. And that was it for like months sometimes. And the Zwifters were literally like dancing on our corpse. But now we consistently have like maybe 10 to 15 on a weekday like today, and like up to 20 on a weekend. We're back, man. See, I see what you're saying. You'd think it would go off in the winter. I don't really get it either. I guess maybe what happened is a lot of people, summer came around and they went, I want to start exercising. Maybe I'll get on the Peloton. Where you would normally think that in the wintertime, when people can no longer ride outside, that demand would go somewhere. But I don't know. It's going to happen. Oh, that might not do it. It's got a tote with the Asia album cover on it. Larry Garbage, that's goals. I love a good tote bag like anybody else. But with the souvenir stores and the bookstores and the department stores have started, we made it too easy on them. Because now the totes used to be like 10, 15 bucks. Now the totes are like 40 bucks because the tote is like a status symbol. Because the best thing you could, if you're on vacation and you're at a department store, they know that you are buying a tote as a souvenir. The best thing you could buy from a London department store is a tote you can bring back to Vancouver and then signal to everybody else, oh, they've been to that department store in London. There used to be a store that you would go to buy things, and then you would take the things out of the store in the tote, but now they're a store that sells totes, so you can go back to where you're from and say, I've been to that store. That's Harrods. I'm talking about the other one, though. I forgot the name of it. What's the other one? The really old one in London? Liberty. Yeah, you got it. You got it like instantly. And yeah, we got a Liberty tote. Yeah, we got a Strand Books tote. Why? Wanted to show everyone we've been to London. Of course. Oh. All you got to do is get it once, man. All you got to do is get it once. See, they got to beat me every single time. I only got to beat them one time. What tote can we get in Vancouver? Too bad Pirate Joe's doesn't exist. A Pirate Joe's tote would actually go kind of hard. Parody totes have not taken off yet, but I'm trying to think of what, probably some shit like the Vancouver Aquarium or something like that. A tote with like the two otters on it. IGA, Save on Foods tote. Going back to Paris with my Save on Foods tote. VP, yeah, VPL's got some good branding. Local consensus on Japa Dog? I would say pretty good. I'm a local. I like it. And the hot dogs are pretty good, but the fries are really good. I don't know. I guess it's just because they put more salt on them. But the problem with Japa Dog is if you get it at a festival or something like that, and there's a long-ass line, you're going to be waiting forever. It could take you like 45, 60 minutes just to get a hot dog and fries, which is not acceptable, but it's also not their fault. It's because they're so popular. But if you find one that's not busy, or if they still have their standalone location on Robson next to the H Mart, well worth it, man. Trying to get tickets to Dune 3 and 70mm IMAX at the Cineplex in Richmond or Langley, but they block non-Canadians from buying tickets, which is crazy. Well, normally I would say that sucks, but because we're at war, I'm going to say get fucked. Richmond and Langley viewers, enjoy the seats. wealthy American capitalists trying to cross the border to capitalize on our underpriced IMAX seats for Dune 3. Yeah, not anymore. You know, and don't even get me. And listen, the thing is, I actually fuck with Washington State. But the motherfuckers who used to get mad that the Canadians were coming over and buying the milk, bro, it's Canadian milk. The milk is imported from Canada. It's our milk. Not always, but a lot of the time. I'm from Bellingham. I know what you're talking about. You're not evil. I like Washington State, man. I should still see like a lot of Washington plates in BC. It's really easy to tell because usually you're like, I guess they make cars that don't have signal lights, or they have the lights, but the lights like aren't hooked up to anything, even when they're in like a turning lane. Which is very curious to me. Just something I would think like in a land with so much innovation, they would have at least figured out how to hook the stock up to the signal lights. Not quite. No, it's the motherfuckers in the left lane on I-5. Well, okay, now I understand the beef. Trust me, I hate BC drivers too. I live in British Columbia, so I see almost as many of them as you do in Washington. So I understand. The thing is, whenever I see like a Washington plate in BC and I get pissed off, it's always like, because you can't be here, you can't park in the ambulance spot. I don't know if that's how it works in Blaine or whatever, but in Vancouver, if the spot's painted red and it says ambulances only, you're not supposed to park there in your Volkswagen Tiguan, okay? But the anger that I always hear about BC drivers in Washington is like, I want to go 90 miles an hour in the left lane, but there's a BC plate that's only going 70 miles an hour in the left lane. I want to go 90 miles an hour. I want to go 90 miles an hour in the darkness with my lights broken in a torrential downpour, but there's a BC driver in front of me that's only doing 70 miles an hour. And then we're all fucking late. We're all late for Christmas dinner because your selfish ass crashed your car and died on I-5 southbound because you couldn't keep your emotions in check for 5 seconds. Crazy, man. Hold. Oh! I've been owning you guys, by the way, because I'm teaching my daughter stuff with a long-ass time horizon that she's going to believe forever and never question. The other day, car driving straight in the right lane. I'm going to say 150 feet ahead, car pulls out of a parallel parking spot in the same lane, takes time to accelerate because of friction and physics, Isaac Newton ass. Other car makes no attempt to slow down whatsoever until it gets right on the ass end of the car in front of it and then goes, and then peels out into the left lane, passes them while honking again. My daughter said, why is that person honking so much? And I said, you know how you told me there was a kid in your class who lost a game and started throwing a temper tantrum? Sometimes those kids grow up to be adults who know how to handle their big feelings, and sometimes they grow up to be big kids who still can't handle their big feelings. And she went, oh, okay, I get it. Basically, I said, you're fucking stupid if you do that. You're like literally, you have the emotional maturity of a 5-year-old, bro. Of like a 5-year-old who is a little bit behind on where their milestones should be. Honking your horn 100 times because you had to slow down a little bit but chose not to? Pissing me the fuck off, man. Anyway. I thought it sucks to slow down in a car. That's why as soon as they saw them pull out, they should have switched to the left lane and fucking zoomed by them and then pulled right in front of them, like a quarter inch in front of their driver's side headlight, and then slammed on the brakes to fuck with them. That's what I would have done. Come on, man. Hello, DL Guiga, by the way. Hello. Shouldn't pull into traffic if you can't get up to speed. Okay, enjoy being stuck in that fucking spot for the next, like, 12 years then. Sometimes you might only get a 150-foot gap in traffic, okay? You got to take what you're fucking given. What's it like to live in a perfect world? Well, I would simply sit in my car forever. I would sit in my car for the rest of my life. Sometimes you got to just hit the gas and then, you know what's a pro tip? Look in your mirrors and go, that's a safe distance. And then just pull out and don't look in your mirrors again. Because if you look in your mirrors again, you might see them coming up behind you real quick. But if you don't look in your mirrors again and you just look straight ahead, no one can hurt you. Knowledge is power. Shut up and drive. That's right, man. Rihanna. That's not me in the road rage video. Again, that person, they're wearing an extra large hoodie. I'm going to say conservatively, they weigh 223 pounds. I do not weigh 223 pounds. I tell people I weigh 172 pounds. There's a huge difference. What do they weigh liberally? On average, about 20 to 25 pounds less, I would say. It's everyone's problem at that point. It wasn't me in the video, though. That's not me in the video. The Shaggy defense? Okay, but like if it actually, the reason the Shaggy defense is funny is because she caught him on the counter. I don't know if this was all one time and he got caught multiple times in a single instance, or if these were multiple times in separate instances, but she saw his face. That's why the defense is funny. It's not a Shaggy defense if you actually didn't do it. It's only a Shaggy defense if you did do it. She even got him on camera. The only piece of circumstantial evidence is the marks on my shoulder. You can't tell he could have been scratched by a rabid weasel or something like that. Could have just walked into a blackberry bush trying to get a lost disc golf disc or something like that. But everything else, I mean, she's got him dead to rights. Oh. Has that happened yet, IRL? Does this answer your question? Does this look like it's been lost in some bushes? Does this look like it's even touched the outdoors? Do you see a single piece of dirt or grime on this whatsoever? A single instance of plastic, an iota of plastic that maybe has had contact with the outdoors? This is a tough level, man. I just throw them in the washing machine when I'm done. Kate is getting pissed off. But then I hang dry them because I care about my stuff. I care about its longevity. Oh. No. I love just flipping the sausage in the pan, though. It feels damn good. So you don't listen to 311 or smoke weed? No, it's true. Although, I would love to smoke weed. It just doesn't really fit my lifestyle right now. But I'm telling you, even though Justin told me that this is not how it works, when I'm like 65, it's on site, man. Still haven't heard a great argument against it, except that you would get really scared. Which, honestly, not that bad. Sometimes people like being scared. Obsession, one of the most successful movies of the year. Which is how I like to talk about art. Oh, you don't think that movie's good? Yeah, well, it made $182 million on a $1 million budget. Would a bad movie do that? Yeah, exactly. Oh. Way too much snap, man. Would you enjoy an early morning edible? Working out high kind of goes crazy. I feel like this, isn't that like the absolute worst time to take an edible is like in the morning? Because then aren't you like, you're still high, right? Like after the workout. Low dose, brother. I guess I'm just a different kind of dad. I didn't say good dad, just a different kind of dad in that I don't really want to like take an edible and then maybe still be like a little high when I drive my kid to school a couple hours later. Like, just I guess I'm a little bit, I'm part of the counterculture there, I suppose. What, you love your kid or something? Maybe I just really love my car. You ever consider that? My kid will probably be fine. That's what the car seat's for. Did you know, if you don't have kids, this might blow your mind? Did you know that you're not supposed to sit in the front seat of a car until you're 12 years old? They buried that information when I was like 4, man. I've been sitting in the front seat since like 1992. Your parents hated you? I think I was probably like, I want to sit in the front seat because every time I sit in the back seat, I want to fucking throw up. The old ass Chevy Blazer that's been baking in the sun all day and then just jamming on the gas and the brakes. Plus, I can't fucking see out the front windshield because I'm like 1'6". If that's the case, shouldn't they make cars that just like don't have front seats? Like you drive it from the back seat. You know what I mean? Like they have like a cavity in the front seat, and then you drive it from the back seat. You could put like your luggage. You could put your trunk is the front seat, and then you drive from the second row, man. Wait. How are you gonna see? Camera or something, or maybe a transparent window in the back of the seat in front of you. Periscope, yeah, Curb Your Enthusiasm style. Could be a good idea, man. Why would there be a seat? Got to put, I mean, part of the reason that it's good to be in the back seat is because there's a seat in front of you, right? But you're not supposed to sit in the seat in front of you. That's where you sit if you want to die, I think. Is what I'm gathering, at least. Oh! And the prescription windshield as well. Although I think you'd have to change the prescription because you'd be sitting so far away from the glass. Fucked up bounce, man. Any tier 2 subs want to post a GIF? I don't know if that feature's rolled out on my channel yet, unfortunately. Probably the best feature that Twitch has deigned to add in the past few years. Tier 2 subscribers get access to the embedded GIF keyboard. For when the streamer just absolutely has to see this. Or the Michael Scott and Ellie Kemper one where they shoot off the champagne, or a variety of Michael Scott ones, you know? Or Morgan Freeman. He's right, you know. He's right, you know. Not me, though. My favorite GIF is the one, if I was tier 2 sub to anyone, I would be posting the one where they've edited stable Ronaldo into the driver's seat and he's singing payphone in the driver's seat while the lady beats the shit out of the driver's side window, but he just continues unbothered. That one's good. The soccer guy, that's unstable Ronaldo. You gotta admit, I've got crazy control of the sausage. The ability to flip it and then hold it and move it and get it close. We're on something here. It's just a really hard level. And a lot of people would say it's luck when you get it. No. When I get it, it means I've mastered it and could do it at will. You failed at it 100 times. You wouldn't know what that's like, because when you fail at something once, you go, fuck, this is too hard. And somehow you've convinced yourself that that means you're better at things. Yeah, better at quitting things. How do you feel about that? Gonna burn it. Now you're never gonna get it. Never ever gonna. Oh! Wait, let me see what this says. A guy I knew did some mushrooms and was convinced he was God's prophet for a month. Was the guy you know Jesus Christ? Could be interesting. A month? That's like, sometimes it just does that to you like for life, right? A month might be not as bad as it could otherwise be. Can I say something? And this is coming from a genuine place of curiosity, not just me trying to malign drug use. For those of you who have used psychedelics, do you think there's an element of like the same vibe as hypnosis, where it's like in order to get one shot by the psychedelic, you sort of have to believe that the psychedelic could one shot you? Like if you went into the mushroom trip skeptical that it could one shot you, are you more resilient to the one shot? Or is it literally just like it quantum flips a couple of bits in your brain and now from now on you're like, I love longboarding? It could still hit you. You don't have to be believing that it could work in order for it to work. Ooh. Yes and no. Motherfucker. They really be hitting me with the it depends on nuanced issues. I'm not suggesting it's a placebo. That would just be baseless. Oh, imagine if it went. 200 people just said no, my guy. Yeah, but what if one person that knew what they were talking about said yes? You, a fool, probably high right now. Lots of people disagreed with you, bro, so you must be wrong. Me, a genius? Well, if a genius said it, it must be true. Yeah, bet you feel really silly right now, don't you? Jason Kidd looking streamer. That's a compliment. Jason Kidd is literally at least 6 feet tall. You're not biracial, though? You literally don't know that. Both of my parents are white, but I never really met my great-great-grandparents. So, like, what do I need? I need, like, 16 of them to not be white, and then statistically I'm biracial, right? Run the numbers? Can we run the stats on this? No? I think the math might add up. Kinda? I'll live with that. I can live with the kinda. Hold. I really thought that could do it. I think culture plays a role as well. Oh, that's brave of you. Don't be naive. Obviously, the only thing that matters to your identity is your 23andMe results, which I am still waiting on. I sent an email to 23andMe at hotmail.com with my social security number in it. And they said, just any day now. Any day. I sent a jar of my semen to, oh, it would be so good to remember the address of the Video and Arcade Top 10 P.O. box right now. Oh, what is like Sweet 33? One second here. 1 second. This is important. Video and Arcade Top 10. Bam, 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 bam.
Your best defense against erosion and cavities is strong enamel. Nothing beats it. Pro Enamel Active Shield actively strengthens the enamel
she's spitting.
to defend against erosion
I don't
and
use
cavities.
Pro Enamel, but I do use
I think that this
Sensodyne.
product is a game changer for my patients. It really works.
2
Jolly
ads?
Ranchers get their huge.
I'm not watching an ad for Jolly Ranchers, bro. Sensodyne legit, 100%. Would recommend. Consider me the 5th dentist.
Player Philip Nelson of Scarborough.
RIP ear users, by the way. Let me see what Nicholas Pickles is talking about here.
The CN Tower. Our second place player will also lather up with clean action in the Nintendo bath game filled with shampoo or
Our next competitor will also lather up with clean action in the Nintendo bath game filled with shampoo
bubble bath from Cosmetic
or bubble bath. Wow, that sounds good. That sounds good.
Import. The action will be coming down fast and furious. The winner, the home player, and the studio partner will each receive a copy of Wayne Gretzky's 3D Hockey. And last but not least, our top wiener will also receive an awesome digital noise watch with in-gold nightlight from Timex. Now, if you want to win, you got to play. Over to Game Action.
Over to game action. Anyway, I forgot what I was doing here. Surely at the end of the episode, they dropped the P.O. box again, right? Yeah, there it is. I sent a jar of my semen to 550 Queen Street East, Suite 330, Toronto, Ontario, M5A 1V2, care of home players, and I still haven't gotten my 23andMe results. Bam, 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 bam. Bloop. Kind of a crazy bit. I don't see why you're calling it a kids' TV show. Video and Arcade Top 10 is for all ages, bro. It's for general audiences. A lot of people think. A lot of people think just because a movie's rated G, that means it's for kids. It's not. It means that it's for everybody, including kids, okay? A lot of good G-rated movies. Did you know that they think that there might not be trees on Easter Island because they chopped down all the logs to use to move the stone to make the heads? That's crazy. Imagine being the dude who cut down the last tree on Easter Island. You know they're like, well, the head ain't gonna move itself, man. I know that's right. Joni Mitchell type shit. She was getting silly with it at the end of Big Yellow Taxi. They paved paradise or put up a parking lot. She was going Eblon mode. She ain't going to take it seriously. I'm not going to take it seriously either. That's why the Counting Crows version is the canonical one in my head. Real talk, would you go to a tree museum for $1.50? She should release a new song every year. A new version of that song that raises the price of the tree museum by 2.5% to 10%. Because these days, $1.50 for a tree museum would be a bargain, man. Especially because there's free parking. Oh, I really thought that could be it. Is this really what it looks like? I never knew it had such an aquiline nose. I feel like the emoji doesn't have such an aquiline nose. This is one of the weirder ones. They probably have them named, right? Like if you're an Easter Island enthusiast, they probably have different names for them. Like maybe this one's like Tony or something. Come on, come on. That's Gerard. Gerard! Liverpool ass. Liverpudlian ass name. This one's Tevez with his bulldog-like approach. Oh. No, this one, so you can't slow this one down. This one, you gotta channel the kinetic energy you get right there. Oh. See, that's what you're trying to do right there. Why do Americans care about parking so much? Why are you talking about Americans in my chat? I'm Canadian. Because I know your ass, if I said all Europeans are like this, you would be like, you have to be more specific. Do you mean people from Portugal or people from Moldova? There's a lot of nuanced differences. Yeah, it's the smallest continent ever, but it stretches like a really great distance. All of a sudden, you're trying to equate me with some motherfucker from Louisiana. But you know what's crazy is you're fucking right. Because I hate when there's no parking too. Sometimes you drive to a place and then you're like, well, we're here at the place. And then you spend almost as long as the drive looking for a place to leave your car. And you just got to like leave it on the road, blocking everybody else. And then everyone gets mad at you. And you're like, it's literally not my fault. You're getting mad at the symptom, not the disease. The disease is there's no parking. The symptom is I have to leave my car somewhere. The car is the disease? The car is a symptom of the disease. The disease is that the chicken tender restaurant is far away from my house. It's too far away from my house to walk. So the car is the symptom. The disease is that the attendees are too far away. Oh, baby, I thought that was it. Why do you not want to go to the Shining Hotel? I think because it's the Shining Hotel, they're probably going to charge more than they would charge for another hotel. And I don't believe that it's actually haunted, so I don't want to pay extra. I don't want to pay a haunting premium just because the hotel is famous, when instead I could go to an equally good hotel that should be rationally priced a little bit lower. Oh. I know that hurt. I was in Estes Park this weekend and the Stanley has shit ass food. I have no idea what that is. You wrote it. Is it The Shining or is it Vancouver? I was in Estes Park. That's the hotel? It's pronounced Estes. Am I losing my mind? Did the edible hit? And the hotel's called the Stanley. Yes. All right, now I know. Now I understand. Of course the food is bad. Isn't there just the one fella cooking it all? I think he might have died, too. Didn't mean to stun lock you. Well, I got stun locked because it sounded like, to me, the Stanley could be like a restaurant in Vancouver. And then I was like, what the fuck is Estes Park, man? Sounds like some shit in English Bay. Not even close. Surprisingly hard to get the height out of this. That was a perfect, like, whirl. It's like diving in London. Yeah, it's going to be something like that. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. We got YMCAs in Canada. So I played some rec basketball as a youth. Did some swimming lessons there. Worked out at the gym while my dad played some squash. It really is. I don't know if it's fun to stay at the YMCA, but it's fun to be at the YMCA. Hold. Stay for a couple hours. You can have a good meal. I've never eaten there. I had some Fruitopia once, though. Also, definitely every time I talk about gym locker room, I'm always talking about either the YMCA or this one community center I used to work at in Vancouver. And I feel like our culture is losing a lot. I don't want it to lose the tradition of old men using the hand dryer to dry their balls at the YMCA. It's literally good. You don't want people to be walking around with damp balls. Otherwise, they might be standing next to you on the bus while you're sitting down, and you're not going to like what you get a whiff of, okay? In Canada, you use the ball dryer on your hands, +2. And also the Dyson bladeless hand dryer. I mean, they shouldn't have made it bladeless if they didn't want us to put our cock and balls in it. A blade, I would be like, I'm not putting my cock and balls in there. My cock and balls are going to get chopped off. But presumably, I'm evil because I assume that they took the blade out because they're like, now you can dry your cock and balls in this without getting them cut off. I guess I'm an asshole. Oh, there's no doubt in my fucking mind. You let me lick the wrapper, bro. Something like this one's going to be real tricky. There's no such thing as bladeless. They just moved the blades. We need to shut down YouTube and Reddit until we can figure out what the fuck is going on, man. Why did we willfully allow ourselves to become a culture where when you make a joke, the preeminent response to it is, the premise of the joke is sound, the punchline, some people think it was funny, but did you know this fun fact? Why did we do this to ourselves? We didn't, there was nobody telling us to do that. There was nobody putting pressure on us to do that. We shouldn't, we need to just normalize going, yeah. Or that works too. Or I see what you did there. Something like that. We need to bring back, I see what you did there. It's yes and culture? No, it isn't. No, the fuck it isn't. Yes and is you making a joke on top of the joke. Dyson bladeless fans actually have a blade is not yes and. That's, you've opened up the conversation, and now I'm going to yoink it to show you how intelligent I am for having read a fact on Reddit or seeing it in a YouTube video somewhere. You're yoinking someone planted the seed and watered the ground, and you're harvesting the plant. And you're not leaving any more seeds. You're not finishing that and going, why don't you tell me about a fun fact that you learned from the internet? You're just trying to soak up all the sun's rays. Wow, I've never seen a person before. You are stealing from the community garden. That's literally you? No. Because if you said some shit like, there's actually blades, but they just hide them, I would say, yeah, bro, it's not bladeless, it's bladeless. As in, I see less of the blades. And then they would go, yeah, but it's actually not funny. They literally just changed the form factor, and they're charging people an arm and a leg. Somebody's got to stop these guys. That's how that discussion would go. That's not trivia. Don't say you hate trivia. I love trivia. Trivia is, in the category words that start with T and ends with T. You might remember this word for attribute from high school biology class? Somebody hit me with a buzzer noise. Buzzer noise. Buzzer noise. I need to see a buzzer noise. This is Coffee 3. Coffee 3 was first in. Can I get an answer from Coffee 3? Yeah, what's the question again? I'm sorry, that's wrong. It should have been, what is the answer again? Because on Jeopardy, you say what is, and also you form your answer in the form of a question. The clues are called answers. I see what you did there. Yeah, now you're getting it. Now 5 minutes ago, I know your ass would have said something like, did you know Pat Sajak was originally the Jeopardy host and Alex Trebek was originally the Wheel of Fortune host? And then after a season, they decided to switch. I know your ass was preloading that, but you're learning, and that's why you're going to be all right. That's why you're going to be okay. Oh, come on, man. What about Bob Barker? Number one game show host when you need someone to find out that they've used the one twice. I'm not being glib. Is the game just landing a sausage on an object? Yeah, but if you land the sausage on the object, you get experience points, which level you up, there's a variety of different things you could take on the skill tree. You can make the object bigger, you can make the pan hotter, you can make the sausage stickier, and then that actually allows you to go back and do variants of the earlier levels with the new skills that you've unlocked, which you can get more experience, and you can actually unlock like this right now. I'm using a classic pork sausage, but you can also use a plant-based pork sausage, a venison sausage, a beef sausage. They have Italian, Polish, German sausages in the game, breakfast sausages. I'm hearing that soon they're going to add a Kurobata sausage, which is, I know you guys are going to like that one. I know you're going to be very excited about that one, and so am I. Because they haven't released the character sheet for it yet, but I'm assuming the specs are going to be a little different. It has some built-in garlic or something like that. This is a Kurobata. WDevs, free DLC for everybody. Yeah, you just land the sausage on the object, mate. You just land the sausage on the, what do they call a lollipop in England? A lolly. You just land the sausage on the lolly, mate. A sucker. we used to call it a sucker. Just land the sausage on the sucker, mate. Quit all your whining. Land a sausage on the sucker. We do not call them suckers. Might be a Canadian thing then. We got our own vernacular. Maybe like, just like that. Yeah, good one. Not even fucking close. Low key, hardest level in the game. What job do you think you'd do in the 1800s? I got a couple answers for this one. Given that like 99% of people worked in agriculture, I'm going to say farmer. Second pick, on the off chance that my dad was a member of some kind of guild, I would probably do whatever my dad did and be forced to take up whatever the mantle of his industry. Maybe I would be a cobbler or a bookkeeper for the local church or the abbey or something like that. Apart from that, I don't really know. Reasonable chance I could have ended up like that guy at the bar. You know, that guy at the tavern that comes in and goes, if you buy me some ale, if you get me a pint of ale, I'll spin ye a yarn, I will. Something like that. Pint of ale for a yarn. The Rambler. Yeah, exactly. I would love to be a quest giver, man. Oh! You're not greasy enough? That's because I have access to a shower. I think I get greasier faster than the average individual, even with baldness. When I don't shower for like a day, I know it. I'm not one of those people who's like, oh, I guess I should shower today. Oh, man. Does Kate complain? No, because I shower. But I will say last night is one of my wife's nights to put our daughter to bed. Our daughter came downstairs while I was studying and went, Dad, your clothes that are hanging up to dry smell horrible. Mommy told me to tell you. And I kind of went like, that can't possibly be true. They're hanging up to dry because I put them through the laundry. And then I went to bed and I woke up in the morning and I went to grab some of the clothes and they smelled fucking horrible. They smelled so bad. Like, not like shit, but they smelled like mold. Like they had not been washed, even though they had just been through the washer. So I got them running through the washer again. I was running through and I've got them on high fucking heat. High fucking heats this time. No more medium heat. Something got fucked up in the last cycle. You forget the detergent? No, I ran the detergent. I don't honestly, I don't know what happened. I'm hoping it just I'm hoping this one just cleans it out. Because people are saying the washing machine's dirty, but we ran our kids' clothes through the washer just before, and they came out just fine. You're saying you might have forgotten the detergent. I will acknowledge that this is a possibility, but I like remember the detergent being in my hand, and there's not detergent next to the washing machine. So obviously, like, wait, one thing that I could have had an errant thought and then taken the pods and put the pods back in the bag instead of putting them in the washer. Anything can happen, but it strikes me as unlikely, but it's also unlikely that your clothes would come out of the washing machine and smell that bad. So something happened. But I think the other possibility is there's another dependent variable, which is I ran, because the clothes smelled bad going in, because they're my workout clothes, I put them on heavy duty, which is a cycle I've never used on my washing machine before, and maybe that's like a joke. Maybe heavy duty means like, oh, your clothes are stinky? You really think this button's gonna fix it? Nice try, naive ass. Keep it cold, get the powder. I cold wash the clothes that I wear outside, but the cycling bibs, I think they really got to be done with at least warm water. Because you wear those with no underpants. Well, if you're normal. I guess you could wear them with underpants, so like if you're shy or whatever. But cold? Ooh! What am I thinking, man? Underpants over bib? Nah, man, you won't catch me like that. Oh! I appreciate all your laundry tips, by the way, because I may need laundry tips at some point in my life. But I'm very much not at a point in my life right now where I understand like household hacks. Like there's a huge genre of content that's like, you already have all the ingredients in your house that you need to clean your shower head well. It's like save $6 on expensive soaps and just wash your shower head in vinegar that you put in a stainless steel bowl or something like that. And obviously people are really like, there's a market for this. But for me personally, I don't know. I guess I have like a spray thing for it, and you just go kind of like shh, 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 and as long as the wife's not complaining, I'm not going to be the squeaky wheel about it. Okay, Tide pens are really good. You're not wrong about that. Good way to create chlorine gas. My housemate did that in university once. We came back from Christmas break and the garbage can was full of insects because somebody didn't take out the garbage before they left for the year in a house of 7 university students, one of whom also happened to live in the town that the university was in, and was me. So we came back and the garbage can was full of insects. And bro, he was in Mech Eng, okay? And he's a very smart guy, but it's adjacent to chemical engineering. He just took like all of our detergents and started pouring them into the garbage can. And I went, bro, what the fuck are you doing? He was pouring like bleach and like toilet bowl cleaner and shit into it to try to like melt the insects. And I was like, you're going to kill us all, man. He was like, why? I was like, you're making chlorine gas. All I'm saying is if you drove over a bridge today, thank a civil engineer. And then thank the biologist that kept them from killing themselves in university with mustard gas. Engineers will say it's fake, though. Nah, he probably saved my life, too, once or twice. Maybe falling asleep outside in Kingston winter, like minus 20 degrees when you're intoxicated, but make sure to thank him for the stream today. I literally could have tanked it as well. You could have? I'm not saying I wouldn't have been cold when I woke up. Cold. I feel so bad for you guys that you may or may not have ever had a chance to live through like the 2000s. One time I stayed over at my friend's house in college. I think it was Halloween. But Halloween back then, this was 2008 or something, so it was before climate change, right? We stayed up. We were heavily intoxicated. I slept in his roommate's room, and I woke up at like 10 in the morning. I was covered in snow, and I was so hungover. I woke up like buried in snow, kind of, and I went like, "What the fuck is going on?" His room had a skylight. And they left the skylight open, so I was getting snowed on inside all night. Rude ass awakening, man. Probably the worst headache I've ever had in my entire life. You didn't wake up from that? I was fucked up, man. I don't know how many James Reddy's 5.5 I had that night. I don't think it would have. I mean, those houses are not good, but it's still like you're inside. It's definitely cold as fuck, though. You no-sold it? No, I got the fuck out of there. I checked in on my friend, and they were still asleep, and I said, I am not waiting around. I got to get back to my own fucking house. hold. Oh! Did you have keggers at Queens? Yeah, man. Yeah, we had keggers at Queens. Kilburn, are you here? Back me up. We had keggers at Queens, man. You ever do a paint can? Now that might have been an innovation I was not privy to. What's a paint can? Do not do that. Do not do a paint can. Don't do that. Can that has paint. What within the context of, oh, you're just huffing fumes? Huffing, no, we didn't huff paint fumes, bro. We were killing brain cells the slow way. I have friends at Waterloo who said you didn't have keggers. Me specifically didn't have keggers, like they know me, in which case they're just lying. Or they said that back in the day they didn't have keggers. In which case, Nolan, your problem is that you're talking to some nerds who went to fucking Waterloo because they wanted to be computer scientists or go to like the school with the nation's #1 ophthalmological department, okay? I don't doubt that they didn't have that many keggers at Waterloo. But if you're cool and you go to Waterloo, just go across the street to Wilfrid Laurier, bro. You said Waterloo like Michael Jordan? Waterloo. Gatorade. Laurier. Is it Waterloo? Gatorade. Is it in you? Nope. Ready? Anyway, yeah, we had keggers. Go-to keg? I mean, I'm trying to think of what were the beers of the season when I was in university. McClay's, James Reddy 5.5. Because I mean, basically, if you buy 10 James Reddy 5.5s, you got an 11th one for free because they're 5.5%. McClay's, Lakeport Honey. No, we weren't getting kegs of Tsingtao. Come on. Are those domestics? Oh, they're domestics. And whatever happened to Canadian millennials, back me up here. I don't even drink anymore. What happened to Alexander Keith's, man? When you're 17 years old and you don't know what beer to order and they say, oh, it's your turn on dial a bottle. What are you going to get? All you know is TV ads, bro. I'll take 24 Alexander Keith's IPAs. Whatever. And Rickard's Red. Whatever happened to Rickard's Red, man? That was like the #1 beer to drink at Swiss Chalet with a quarter chicken dinner. My uncle loved that shit. Uncles love Rickard's Red and Sleeman Honey Brown. Just playing with it now. Sleeman is vile. I feel like, is Mill Street still around? I have a bone to pick with Mill Street, but honestly, maybe I should have just seen them as like a sign of the times. Microbreweries, small batch breweries start to get popular. They got that awesome lemon tea beer. Don't even get me started. Oh, if you're treating yourself, give me some Tank House ales. Then all of a sudden they get bought out by like InBev. Yeah, thank you, VIP Daniel, for backing me up on that one. Get bought out by InBev. All of a sudden you're like, what the fuck? Why am I at a Japanese restaurant? They're trying to sell me Mill Street Pilsners. That's never going to work. You got way too much on that. Okay, lock in. That could have worked. You're welcome from Belgium. What the fuck do Belgium freshmen drink? Chimay Bleu or something like that? Delirium tremens? Like, I'm sure you're drinking some bullshit over there when you're in university too. We're all cut from the same marble. Can't show up to your freshman year kegger or something like that and be like, oh, it's a fucking Trappist ale. Don't you have to show up with some bullshit? Strongbow mixed with Stella Artois and say like, oh, this is illegal to serve at bars these days because it's too powerful. It gets you too fucked up. Fuck Stella? Why are you talking like Stanley, bro? You're talking like Stanley. Oh! I went to U of T. What's our reputation in the rest of Canada? I mean this with no disrespect. It's actually very respectful. Of the big three Canadian universities, okay, UBC, McGill, U of T, all extraordinarily good schools, especially by Canadian standards. UBC, absolutely beautiful campus. McGill, in Montreal, so it's already got some coolness swag. U of T is like good school, but no swag. For me, it has no swag. It's just like, maybe it's because I've never actually been there, but the reputation I have of it is just like, you are going to an amazing school, and it's awesome because it's an amazing school. Whereas UBC, you would be like, oh, and then the mountains are right there, the ocean is right there. McGill, you would be like, I'm eating pizzaghetti every day. U of T seems like a great school and obviously great for your education and your resume, but it also seems like it's populated with like the kinds of people who are like, I've known since the 3rd grade that I wanted to be a life sciences major at the University of Toronto. It also means that literally you're smarter than me, but I mean, that's a given. Look at what I'm doing right now. Look at what I'm doing right now. I don't know what you're doing, but it probably ain't this. And I've been doing it for like 3 hours at this point. You fuck with Carleton? Malumin? I'm learning more and more about, are you a Carleton alumnus? Are you a damn Raven? I thought for sure you were Finnish. You had a very Finnish energy to you. Are you a Raven? They're not typing as fast as they used to. Hold. Hold. I typed ho? Or is it I typed ho? Well, let's see what you said. Malumin. Not that Carleton? So are you talking about like the judge's son from Fresh Prince of Bel-Air? I thought you were talking about Carleton University in sunny Ottawa, Ontario. One of the greatest universities that's in a climate so inhospitable that they built underground tunnels that can take you from every residence to every classroom, so you never have to go outside in their Hoth-like winters. It's true. I did a tour at Carleton. It sounds like I served, but... I went to Carleton on March break and got a tour. Yes, yes! I might have to go there. A lot of acquaintances of mine went to Harvard. They should do. Wait, if you're starting at Carleton in like 2 weeks, be the guy who calls it Harvard. You get so much fucking aura in your dorm. If you're like, yeah, first year at Harvard, you guys excited for your first year at Harvard? Carleton students hate Queens students? Bro, aren't you supposed to be rivals with the GGs? As a Queens alumnus, I got no beef with Carleton, man. I got beef with people who went to Western. You gotta pick a rival that's in your tier. Like, I'm not gonna be at Queens and beefing with McGill. They're in a class above us. You go to Queens, you beef with Western. You go to Western, you beef with Queens. This is such a good bit. I know there's a lot of Americans wondering what, or maybe they're watching and they're going, this is awesome. But this is literally what it's like. Sometimes you'll like meet an American and they'll say some school you've never heard of in your life, and they're baffled that you don't know everything about it. They'll be like, you've never heard of Rice University? Bro, check it out. Check it. This guy doesn't know Rice. He doesn't know Ball State. Right? Yeah, Carleton's all right, man. I mean, the other thing is, I don't know if this is true in America, so don't just generalize this. But if you are older than an undergrad in university and you're still bragging about the university that you went to as an undergrad, you got to get over that, because it really doesn't matter. Like, I'm a Twitch streamer. I went to Queens. Plenty of like pediatricians and shit that went to Lakehead or Laurentian. They got me beat, man. Doesn't really matter where it matters where you end up. So like, I don't know, it'd be like, oh shit, my fucking oncologist went to the University of Alberta or something like that. I'll probably just be like, why isn't this motherfucker returning my phone calls? I'm sick. Oh, that was fucking swag. That was fucking swag. Okay. Interesting. My orthodontist was a QB for Notre Dame. Your orthodontist is Brady Quinn? That is kind of awesome. How did you know? I have no idea where Brady Quinn came from in my head, but I know he's a quarterback for Notre Dame, right? ND, yeah. I don't give a damn if you're neurodivergent. I need you to go to war. George C. Scott, if he was me. Now, I know you're saying what's coming up next. We literally have to beat this because Corey beat this. So we have to beat the game just to tie Corey. You taking the over or the under on earthly virtues? Can you jog my memory? What are the earthly virtues? One moment, please. Earthly virtues. 7 earthly virtues. Okay. In Christian history, the 7 heavenly virtues, that's not what I asked for. I asked for earthly virtues. It might be the same or it might be the fucking opposite. I don't know. Prudence, justice, fortitude, temperance, and the 3 theological virtues of faith, hope, and charity. Kind of convenient they made faith a virtue. And charity. Like, okay, listen, I'm not trying to do a Ricky Gervais bit there. They were like, oh yeah, two of the virtues. And hope, for that matter. One of the virtues is believing what we say. One of them is being generous with your financial contributions. I- I'm not wearing my black shirt today. I'm just saying. Woo! What else we got? Okay, 7 capital virtues. Written by Prudentius in the 5th century. Written by an Italian poet in the 5th century. Prudence and wisdom. Faith. Good works. Concord. The fuck is Concord, bro? I guess just agreeing with shit? His name is Prudentius. That is funny. It didn't even dawn on me. Sobriety. We got one, y'all. Patience and humility. Huge, man. I don't know. We're doing all right, I think. On the capital virtues. He did, when the dude's name is, when prudence is the first virtue and then you looked up who wrote the fucking virtues. Yeah, okay. I really thought that was it. How are the cap gains virtues? I gotta check how the Kospi's doing today. Absolutely beautiful. Eyeball. Might be a hold. Hold and flick. This was how my eyes look when I woke up covered in snow at my friend's house. Oh, that was a beautiful one. Literally underrated snack. My kid tells me candy cane facts all the time. I think she got them from like a book or YouTube or something. You know that candy canes were invented because a dude's kids were bugging him too much? So he made a candy that takes a long time to eat. And that's literally like why candy canes are awesome. Is a candy cane all sugar? Yeah. But it's literally like 70 calories and it takes half an hour to eat. And peppermint tastes good. He was on to something. It does suck when you make them into like a pointed icicle and then you pick a hole in your gums by accident just trying to eat them. But, and I'll tell you, when I was a kid, the flavored candy canes were going crazy, like the butterscotch ones and like the orange one and stuff like that. But I'm a classic red and white peppermint guy. But still, there's still, I mean, I'm good for 2 or 3 candy canes every year without a doubt. Oh! Then they finish it, they get a sugar high. Well, you put them in the crib with the iPad and close the door. That easy. That's gonna stick. That's absolutely gonna stick. You eat this. This is literally what I look like when I walk. This is literally the most perfect image to represent my gait. A lot of people ask, what does it mean when you walk on your toes? Refer to this image, 1A, right here. This is it. How, man? I guess my calves are just stronger than your calves. I guess I'm just stronger than you. Ooh. Do you wear heels? No, but I think I could without complaining about it, which would be a first for humanity, I think. No shot. I mean, this is what my foot looks like at all times. At all times. Right now, I have a problem. I'm getting like a repetitive stress injury in my hip because I keep crossing my legs. But my chair, I mean, it's a multifaceted issue. I can't put my feet flat on the floor because my chair's too high. But if I lower my chair, it makes me look like a little fucking manlet on the camera. So I need a footrest that's like that big. I need a 3-inch tall footrest. Because I keep you, and this is going to really piss you off. I keep using my PS5. And if that pisses you off, what do you want me to do? Nothing? It's not like I got any games for it. I would rather not have a $700 footrest too. Maybe they should make some damn games so I don't have to use it as a piece of furniture then. You sit like Eisenhower? Well, I can't because I always cross right leg over left, but now I'm getting like a hip tweak from that. So now I have to sit straight like a nerd. No more bisexual sitting for me. Otherwise, I'm not gonna be able to ride the bike anymore because I'm gonna have like, I don't know, can you get hip dysplasia if you're not a dog? Do human beings get hip dysplasia? Or is that dogs only? Hold. Wait, I gotta read this. Common story of the origin of the candy canes is that in 1670 in Cologne, Germany, the choir master at the Cologne Cathedral, wishing to remedy the noise caused by children in his church during the living creche tradition of Christmas Eve, asked a local candy maker for some sugar sticks for them. In order to justify the practice of giving candy to children during Mass, he asked the candy maker to add a crook to the top of each stick, which would help children remember the shepherds. Yes, I have heard this as well. This sounds real to me. Sounds more real than most food stories, which are like, a guy was carrying a bunch of sugar sticks and then he accidentally fell on top of them. In despair, he looked at his candy knowing that it would be ruined, but he went, wait, now I can hang these on my coat hooks. And thus, the emblematic shape of the candy cane was born. Cornflakes are made to stop masturbation. Okay, but I actually think, I'm not saying he was noble to do this, but I kind of think he was on to something. Because I think, like, if there was ever a cereal that would make you lose your boner, like, just plain cornflakes would be up there. Designed to keep the homeostasis of your body, like, exactly level. No excitement or nothing. What cereal causes boners? Oatmeal Crisp. Oatmeal Crisp with the maple flavored spider eggs in it. Oh. Kashi Goleen Crunch. Canadian +2. You don't get Oatmeal Crisp in America? I feel like, does anyone here work in the cereal industry? I don't want to make you stay up at night, but I think you're fucked. Old people eating cereal, little kids eating cereal, people my age not eating very much cereal at all. They're all having overnight oats, protein bars, zero fucking carbohydrates, and you're selling boxes that inside of the box have a bag, and inside of the bag is just pure carbohydrates, which I think is awesome. But I worry about what's going to happen to the cereal industry. One of the great foundations of our Western economy. Ooh. Let it burn to the ground. Yes, the cereal joker. Oh, you CEOs. You told us you were selling us magic and sunshine. What do I see here? Partially hydrogenated vegetable oil. Sugar crystals, glucose, fructose. You'll pay for your deeds. I didn't have anything else to go for. Why is Magic Spoon $10 at my grocery store? Food that tastes bad is more expensive in our fucked up world. Do not buy Magic Spoon. Wait, is my wife sponsored by Magic Spoon? They sent us some samples one time. The cereal is not good, and it's not good enough for you to justify how bad it tastes. You can get faker food that is better for you, that tastes better for less money. Hold. Put protein powder in regular cereal? I wouldn't go that far. Oh, I forgot. You guys have milk with your cereal. Okay. Because for me, that would be really gross. As a dry cereal enjoyer, that just wouldn't work for a guy like me. Bowling pins. Bowling pins. Bait used to be believable. Okay, you know what we need to do? We need to get the Venn diagram of toe walkers who also eat their cereal dry. Because like 1% of people walk on their toes. I'm sure like 10% of people like their cereal dry. But what percent of toe walkers like their cereal dry? Because I'm thinking it might be high. Ooh. I don't know if this is symptomatic of neurodivergence, but one of the things that like it's been a underlying like impetus for my opinions in life, my behaviors, even before I knew what a behavior actually was, is just that's already good enough. Don't even need to add something to it. Like, I think the reason that even as a kid I was having dry cereal is because I probably had cereal as like a toddler and I went, wait, this shit's really good. And then later when I got, it was like 4 or 5, my parents were probably like, you don't want to put milk in it? And I'd be like, why do I want to put milk in it? I already like it when it has no milk. It's not necessary. It's not necessary. Honestly, you're just adding something that's gonna. Teaching me to put milk in cereal is literally financial terrorism. Because now what? Well, now I'm an adult and I've got to spend $4 a week on milk just to be happy now? You fucking cursed me. Maybe the anti-natalists are right, bro. $4 a week. 52 weeks, $208 a year, times 50 years of being an adult, that's like 10 grand in milk, man. You literally, introducing that milk to my cereal cost me $10,000. That's why I eat it fucking dry. Never buy anything. We need to tear this fucking system down. People look at me like I'm crazy for raw dogging Frosted Flakes. Bro, it's wheat covered in sugar. It's delicious. Now, I'll admit, maybe that's one of the reasons that everyone seems to love Raisin Bran and I fucking hate it, even though I like raisins. Maybe Raisin Bran goes crazy when you put milk on it. Maybe it was built for milk. But most cereals that people are eating, you could just rock them dry, man. It's perfectly fine. Captain Crunch does not need milk. Captain Crunch is good on its own. Captain Crunch is absolutely, it stands alone as a singular food. I'm not saying it's better when it doesn't have milk. I'm saying I wouldn't know. It's certainly good enough without the milk. French Toast Crunch. Oh, was real good when I was a kid. But then I think my parents bought like 100 boxes of it. So for like a year before school, I was eating stale French Toast Crunch, and now it tastes stale to me in my head. I can't go back. Also, I'll buy cereal, and admittedly, one of my own foibles with myself, I'm a little too self-serious. But also, fuck you for even suggesting that. Fuck you for thinking that having an inner child means that you buy sugary cereal instead of looking around the world with curious eyes and whimsy in your heart. Oh, the only way that you can have an inner child is by buying sugary cereals and wearing like striped shirts and shit like that? They got you by the fucking throat. You can harness your inner child for free by just enjoying a sunset. Or wondering what kind of bird that is, okay? But when I go to the grocery store, I find it hard to buy the children's cereals for myself. I can buy the oatmeal crisp. I can buy the Honey Nut Cheerios even. But certainly, buying Cinnamon Toast Crunch for myself as an adult would be really tough. That would be tough for me to deal with. I'll say it, the Cinnamon Toast Crunch almost a little too sugary too. There's such a thing as too much of a good thing. Now, if I could buy at the same price per grain that the box is, if I could buy one bowl of Cinnamon Toast Crunch, that might hit. But a whole box, probably not. You can do that? Not interested. Fooled you. Oh, the variety packs. My grandma used to have tons of those variety packs. One of them had a purple alligator on it. I feel like the cereal was called like Scrunch or something. I could really go for a bowl of Scrunch right now. I don't think it's called Scram, but whoa. That's a good one. Germa Live? It's true, sire. I'm saying it's true, sire, because I have one Discord notification, which almost always means that Germa's live. More than one Discord notification. Hey, you said you'd be there at noon, and it's 12:43. What the fuck is happening? We got lots of people waiting for you. One notification, Germa's live. The Sinking City 2. Damn, this shit sunk again? I mean, like once, anyone could forgive you, but twice? I mean, look in the mirror. Chat, do I make pepperoni or cheese pizza? I'm sorry, you're not evil, but I was gonna reply and say, feeling daring today, aren't we? But you know what? Fuck me. No pizza's really daring. You eat whatever you like. Fuck you, buddy. Cheese pizza's lame. I'll say it. Pepperoni tastes good, but in a weird inversion of expectations, oftentimes a cheese pizza tastes better than a pepperoni pizza. But it depends on the establishment. Because sometimes they flick you with the pepperoni pizza. Sometimes they put like 2 layers of pepperoni on it and you're like, this is great. Sometimes they put like 2 pepperonis on it. And then you're like, I would rather just have the cheese because these 2 pepperonis are just getting my hopes up. Now I'm like rationing my bites. This is going to... Oh, it almost stuck. But what do I know? Because I get the chicken taco salad pizza from Panago. What's on it? Half melted mozzarella or cheddar cheese, depending on what the pizzeria has in stock that day. Shredded lettuce. Grilled chicken, which is obviously just pre-cooked at Sysco in like a washing machine or something like that. Corn. Instead of tomato sauce, it has salsa. And then like a ranch drizzle, which they call a crema. It's fucking good, man. It hits. I do feel like Mitch Hedberg doing the banana bread, the foot-long banana bread sandwich from Subway bit, but I'm telling the chicken taco salad hits, man. Now all they need to do is fucking learn how to accept Papa Dough. If I could redeem my Papa Dough at Panago, that would be a dream come true for a guy like me. Which dot are you aiming for? Can you see my mouse pointer? Like if I put it here, can you? Yeah, okay. Here's what I'm aiming for, okay? It comes off the frying pan. I mean, it might not work like this and still eventually beat the level, like by a luck. But here's what I'm trying to do. Shoot it out of the pan, and then like the sausage goes like this. Nutty Putty Cave, basically, is what I'm trying. I'm trying to get the sausage through force and the fact that it's slicked and greased. It's going to shoot through here and then, like, be on this angle, encounter this pea, and then shoot up there, and it'll be wedged in betwixt the 4 peas here. But it could just as easily get a lucky land and just stick in there. Sometimes you just gotta flip. I think this is my problem, okay? We want this. Hold it, flick it, and then send it. Because if it has more rotational velocity, it's more likely to stick on this one, I think, instead of shooting straight through. How much to go in Nutty Putty Cave? Invalid question. They blew up the entrance. The assholes blew it up. The maniacs. America has never met a geological landmark that it wouldn't blow up with a fucking missile, bro. I'll say it. The cave didn't do anything wrong. I do feel bad for the dude. And it, like, literally, you might say, why would you feel bad for him? It's his own fault. I guess, like, just because you make one mistake, I don't think you should necessarily be doomed to be held upside down in a cave smaller than your body for 3 days until you die. I guess I'm just noble. I'm being a little holier than thou. Oh, and to be made fun of for being an idiot for as long as it exists in the cultural memory. I guess I'm just an asshole like that. He shouldn't have done that, though. And the shit was called Nutty Putty Cave. It's true. It wasn't even called, like, fucking, whoa, big scary cave or something. Man-eating cave. Or, you know what? Maybe that's the problem. If they called it man-eating cave, he probably would have been like, I can't go in there. They named it so so silly. Like Nutty Putty Cave sounds like a children's board game or something like that. It sounds like a Banjo-Kazooie biome. They should have called it the Do Not Go In There Cave. That's it. Yeah, it kind of worked exactly the way that I said it would work. 8-ball. Corner pocket. Dr. Pongo's Money Honey Nutty Putty Cave. I think about that often, man. Considering I was just introduced to it 6 days ago, I think about it often. The ball's too big. This ball looks like a normal sized ball to me. By the way, I'm the guy who drives the cars in Micro Machines. Too easy. Bulb. Not quite my tempo. Oh, this is the kind of content we deserve. It's literally some of the most cerebral content on this website. And if I may, there's other people. I've recently been introduced in the past few months to other people who are also streaming intellectual stuff, much like this. But it's the only honest content on this website, essentially. It's among the only honest content on this website. Most of the other content on this website is trying to shroud. Wouldn't it be great if I just kept working streamer names into it, but they actually worked as synonyms? Is trying to conceal what the content actually is by saying our goal today is to do this. Today would be satisfying to me if I could reach this ELO. Today we got a special challenge, but it's all just sausages, pans, and light bulbs. The only thing that they've done here is removed the veneer so you can see it for what it is. Basically, like this, the chopsticks are the League of Legends queue. And then the pan is the Summoner's Rift. And then the light bulb is getting to gold. That's it. It's all chopsticks, sausages, and pans. You're the sausage in that, by the way. You're the sausage that you get dropped into Summoner's Rift, hoping to land in silver. Didn't make it this time, we go again. Oh, but what about, but I've got to go through 1,800 games to learn whether I'm going to buy Mechanism before Boots, if I'm going to play Shadow Fiend mid. Just put the sausage on the bulb, lad. Ooh. Mech on Shadow Fiend? I don't know, bro. If your support's as bad as mine, then maybe, yeah. Beautiful. Beautiful lie. The error. Anyone know what this is? Is this a shuffleboard implement? It's an IV bag holder. Ah. The error. That's true. I guess in this game it's a sausage target. I do like how it's got the Bob Balaban. It's got the little earring. Stop saying IUD. I'm having PTSD. I didn't know you served. Thank you for your service. I think it's fucked up that people are taunting you like that. I don't have PTSD about that, but I had a bad experience with Depo Provera once, but that's neither here nor there. True story, by the way. But we don't need to talk about that because we're moving on. Clothes hanger. Ooh. Absolutely beautiful. Chimney. Certainly it can't just be this easy. I see. We want it to be here. I thought the sausage was Santa Claus. Did you like that? Give it a little push to get it over the line. Have you really been playing this for 4 hours? Yeah, it's one of the year's best games. It's not game of the year because there's Slay the Spire, but it's up there. Oh, that was exactly what I wanted to do! Shafat? Didn't have you for a Glazer? I kind of see myself as like the Armand White of Twitch. Like, games that people think are good, nah, those games are bad. Games that people think are bad, these games are actually great. The only difference is, unlike Armand White, I actually believe what I'm saying. I actually believe in the opinions that I'm putting out into the world. Reference for 8 people? You don't know Armand White? Literally any... Whoa! Twice fried? Incredible. No one else is doing it like that. Oh, what the fuck? That's tough, man. Never gonna happen. Oh. That's a joke. Oh. Oh! Now this is interesting. Rubber duck? Maybe on the clubbed fingernail? So close. Chibley's dad impression was solid. What was that again? That's a win as far as I'm concerned. I know it ended with Modelo. Anteater with the damn tongue and everything. Whoa! You were talking about Jason Vraska? Well, I was talking about Jason Sandra, and then you guys got pissed off. Oh, that's right. And then you said Chandra isn't with Jace. Chandra's gay. And I said, well, Jace could be gay too. There can be, it's 2026. There can be 2 gay planeswalkers. Not that you would know anything about that. There's a lot of gay planeswalkers. I always have my suspicions about Gideon. I mean, all I'm going to say, he seems to find a way into every white weenie deck. That's all I'm saying about Gideon is if you're making a white weenie deck, You know he's going to be in there. You know his ass is going to be in there. I have no idea where to go on the Anteater. Whoop. Maybe even further up on the forehead. Guy who thinks a planeswalker is those people in those old videos that used to walk on the biplanes with the fucking... You know what I'm talking about? They were crazy back then, man. Before the iPad was invented, you would not catch me doing that. No shot. Or like standing on top of a big flagpole or something like that for like a day? No way. It's not going to happen. Now, using a hula hoop or something? Yeah. Yeah. I could see myself using a hula hoop. Or doing that dance where you put your hands on your kneecaps and make it look like you're switching them. Or maybe they really are switching them, but it's making them look like they don't switch. Too much angular velocity. Kind of messed up. We call them anteaters. People who say you aren't what you eat when they meet an anteater. Well... We should start naming people like that. What, you telling me you never met my boy Timmy Two Bagels? Fuck, I forgot to make a smoothie this morning. I was wondering why our morning routine was like 8 minutes faster. I was like, why are me and my daughter ready for drop-off so much sooner than we normally are? I was like, I must be forgetting something, but I've got my hat, I've got my bag. I guess it's just one of those times where you feel like you're forgetting something, but you're not actually forgetting something. That must be hard. You don't understand. I'm in a creatine monohydrate loading phase. So every day that I forget to make a smoothie, I have to restart my loading phase and take 4 scoops of creatine instead of getting into the maintenance phase where you take 1 scoop of creatine. So you wouldn't understand what it's like to have to take 4 scoops of creatine monohydrate straight to the dome. This is going to set me back weeks. You can go straight to maintenance? Bro, my cells aren't saturated with creatine monohydrate yet. Spinny boy, don't even butt in, okay? Why did you full send it yesterday? Just Flynn, you got a lot to learn. I full send it every 3rd day. The real question I should be asking is why are you doing non-full send rides that have segments that are full send? You don't understand the polarized nature of cycling training. Now, that makes sense because I genuinely, I don't mean this as an insult. I think you've been cycling for like a month. But I don't understand why you're doing a zone 1 ride, but then every once in a while I watch you and I'm like, the dude's doing 400 watts. Like he's raising his TSS for absolutely no reason when he could be keeping his TSS low and then using that TSS on a full send day in a day or 2. Stop looking at my watts. If you add me on Peloton, I'm looking at your watts because you added me so you could see my watts. So of course I'm going to be looking at your watts. Oh. But what's interesting is I watt watch on the Zone 1 days a little bit. A, because there's times where I'm like, I just can't add any more Chinese to my brain right now. And secondly, I watt watch to see who is like, yeah, it's a Zone 1 ride, but I'm going to race. Because I see them and they're like, oh, I'm at 150 watts, but there's a dude in front of me who's at 152 watts. So all of a sudden I'm at 370 watts for a couple minutes just so I pass him on the leaderboard. So I watch to find churlish behavior on the Zone 1 rides. On the full send days, I only watch the watts to be supportive. If you're putting out 700 watts and I'm putting out 270, I'm not sending you high fives to be like, okay, asshole. I'm sending you high fives to be like, keep it up, bro. That's a crazy ride. Looking big, ripped, tight. Why are you looking absolutely shredded? Why don't you keep us posted with some progress pictures to let us know how things are going? On a full send ride, if you ever receive an extra high five from me, it's because I'm actually encouraging. If you receive a high five from me on a Zone 1 ride, it's because I'm saying, I see what you did there. Get your ass back to Zone 1. It's not going to work. Ooh, that's not going to work either. I need to take a little break here. Stretch it out. That's exactly what I wanted to see. Well, this should be easy. You only get one chance at a clip like that. You think it's the same sausage every time? We've covered this. There is no sausage. We're not flipping the sausage onto a magnet. True enlightenment is knowing there is no sausage. There is no magnet. There's only your perception. And that's when, honestly, the real game starts. Dada cable? Yeah, maybe if football's on. Or the Pat McAfee show. Now this looks a little tough. This looks a little tricky. My girlfriend said your days are numbered? What the fuck, Spinny Boy? What the I'm literally your only friend. She doesn't love you. I'm the only person that loves you. Why would she say that about me? That's a threat. I'm literally the only person in the world that has your best interests in mind. Well, and Yeti. Yeti, are you still here? Stewie was based on me. I'm going to start calling you Stewie. Doing flips on it. Should I go out tomorrow and see Tony? Tony! King of the eats! Chef Bourdain. Where's the Stewie? Tony! Oh, I don't really like the end of the song in this case, but yeah, maybe. I heard it was pretty good. Driving test tomorrow. Any tips? I have one tip for you, and it's not even a joke. Well, first off, we live in a turbid and chaotic universe, so a lot of it's out of your control. At least 1/3 of the determination of whether or not you're going to pass your driver's test is literally based on your conditions, which is beyond your control. One person jaywalking, or someone running a red light, or like somebody not putting their signal light on can have a massive impact on whether or not you'll pass the test. That is not meant to make you more nervous. It's literally meant to make you less nervous because it's outside of your control. There's nothing you could do about it. We live in a universe that there's no such thing as absolute certainty. Even the best driver on earth could fail the driver's test, which means if you fail, that doesn't necessarily mean you're a bad driver. And it also means if you pass, you might be shitty. So don't get a big head about it. You will also die someday. That being said, my one piece of advice is don't let one mistake compound on your driver's test. I thought when I took my driver's test that I failed because I drove up to a light that was green to go through the intersection. It turned yellow at the exact worst time. The 50-50 time where you're like, what's better? Run the risk of like accelerating through the yellow, which is a no-no, and then if it turns red while I'm in the intersection, I think it's an auto fail. Or slamming on the brakes, which isn't going to make like a but is going to at least like it's going to jostle my instructor a little bit. I hit the brakes, jostled the instructor a little bit, and I spent the whole rest of the test going, well, there's not even any point to the rest of the test because I've already failed it because they were like scared for their safety once. And then I passed. So I guess what I'm trying to say is like just drive and then let them give you the results. And then when you get the results, you'll find out whether you made it or didn't. But also if you fail, it's okay. I guess in Ontario, it was just easier because like it wasn't that common to fail your driving test. But in BC, like almost everybody seems to have failed their driving test at least once. And if anyone ever gives you sass about it, then you could just say, oh, well, I guess I'm a better driver than you because I've taken the test twice. In the UK, it's like 45% pass rate. Yeah, because they make you memorize every street in London just to get your driver's license. The easy part is taking the instructor out for a drive. The hard part is once you get back to the office and they're like, okay, you got to get from Covent Gardens to the London Eye in the shortest route possible. And all of a sudden you're like, probably say some stupid shit like, I'll take the ring road. Why don't I just take the tube, mate? I'll just take the tube. Take the Lizzie line. What's the Elizabeth line is the new one, right? What's the one that looks like the subway from like Tim Burton's Batman? It literally like to get on the train, you're getting into what effectively looks like a MRI machine covered in graffiti. That sounds right, the Central line. Burp. They're all the same? No. There's one of them that doesn't even have seats. It literally just has angled cushions on the side of the tube. Like that. When you first get to London, you're riding the subway and you're going, I see why they call it the tube. That's cute. When you get on that one, you go, oh, now I really see why they call it the tube. Because this shit is just, I'm inside of like the belly of a snake right now. That's the Jubilee line, mate. Tapping me Oyster card to take the Jubilee line. London, great city, though. Great city. Might be the best. Let's not go crazy. Have you ever been to Bowling Green, Kentucky? Yes, I live 2 hours away. Is that where they have the Kentucky Derby? Is in Kentucky? Crazy. National Corvette Museum as well. How about that? Least favorite city? We don't have to make anybody like too mad. Except for people that live in Miami, Orlando, or Las Vegas. There's probably more. No, LA's got it's not my favorite, but it has certain charms, I'll admit. Boston has charms. It's got foibles, but it's got charms too. Port Hope, Ontario. They literally have one of the best highway rest stops I've ever been to. It has a Wendy's and a Tim Hortons, bro. Or am I thinking of Coburg? You got me. You got me. The reason Miami sucks is because I only come for 2 days of playing, but every time I come, I always wind up staying. So I'm always underpacked. I'm always like wearing the same pair of underpants like 3 days in a row or something like that. But that's okay because I can't feel a drip on the strip. It's a trip. What's that lyric from the song actually comes up a lot because my daughter loves it. It comes up on her summer playlist. I laugh every time he says, when he says, he's talking about women and he says, I love them all ages and races. It's just in one sentence, it just raises a lot of questions that I think he'd like to rewrite it, I would think, or have his ghostwriter Nas rewrite it. Because there's a rumor that Nas wrote some of the lyrics on Big Willie style. But then I always love, and I get it because it's a convenient rhyme, when a rapper lists like 9 individual countries and then Asia as a continent, when he's talking about how many different types of women he like. Can you feel me? All ages and races, real sweet faces, every different nation, Spanish, Haitian, Indian, Jamaican, black, white, Cuban, or Asian. It's so good, man. It's oh. Ain't no surprise in the club to see Sly Stallone, my second home. To see Psy, imagine, Gangnam Style, hell of a song. Oh. Nas did not write that shit. There's a rumor that Nas wrote Big Willie style. Big Willie style. The tragic behind the scenes story. You think James Franco's coming back? I don't think so. It seems like the industry and all of his friends have abandoned him. I think it's hard. I think it seems unlikely. If he's watching right now, you know, I hope you're reformed. I hope you're doing your best. I hope you're atoning in whatever way you can. Didn't he get eaten during the rapture? Yeah, well, yeah, but that means he's in heaven with the Backstreet Boys, right? It's been a while since I've seen the movie. Hope you're teaching hella good acting classes in Tel Aviv. Hey! He directs too. He directs as well. He's multi-talented. Oh! Don't tell me that James Franco going into chat saying shit like, you think James Franco's coming back? Now he's closing his laptop solemnly going, not today. It's okay, James. He just came out with a vertical TV show on a new, wait, is this real? He came out with a new TV show, a new vertical TV show on a service called Shorticle. Oh, that's, listen, he did some not good stuff, but that is a sorry fate. On a vertical TV show on a new service called Shorticle. They're doing Quibi again, apparently. Vertical, everyone wants to watch their their TV shows in vertical, man. Influencers were right. Did you finish Better Late Than Single? My wife and I are halfway. We did finish it, and then I washed out a little bit on the after service show, which is like 8 episodes of them interviewing the people that were already on the show about what happened during the show. It's just, again, I understand how I mean, even the Korean shows must have watched Ludwig at Streamer University, because even the Netflix shows are now a content funnel where they do a whole show and then they take the show and make a compilation of the best clips and then show the show to the people that were on the show and then release that as a brand new show. The content funnel is ubiquitous, man. You were right about the men being crazy and the women being normal. And you know, I wouldn't say that unless it was true. And I really did go into it thinking, well, the guys seem a little socially awkward, but the ladies seem completely insane. And then halfway through episode 2, you're like, oh, no. Some of the guys are all right, maybe a little bit shy, but a couple of the dudes are like outwardly hostile towards any human interaction. Hold. Don't see, why is it that someone in chat, I'm looking as if there's a person over here that I'm like, I've been having this conversation with before and finally it's been proven. Why is it okay for someone in chat to say all the good men get taken by 40 and no one says shit? But when I say something like being single at 45 is more of a red flag than having been divorced once at 45, people go, hey man, the comment you just made ruined my fucking life. Why is that? Why is it okay for them to just rephrase it in a different way? But when I say it, you go, hey man, you ruined my life. Fuck, it's over for me. I'm 26. The lifeboats are coming. You got some time. Why was the PUBG guy just killing flies the whole time? I think there's a couple of different hypotheses I have for why Jaesu was just killing bugs his entire time in the singles house. One is that he just is really, really annoyed by flies. The other one is that as a logician, he's like a computer programmer, he's a STEM guy. He thought that the best way to find a girlfriend on the show was to demonstrate some kind of like trait that would make them feel protected. Like they would be like, look at this guy. He's so good at killing bugs on a primitive level. He could like, you know, keep me safe if there was a saber-toothed tiger attack or something like that. So I think he was like, I'm going to demonstrate how good of a partner I am by killing a bunch of flies. But he could also just be because there's people out there that are just like, I hate that fucking fly. And then there's people like me that are like, leave him alone. We're lucky that we weren't born as flies. Oh, what crime did he commit? Wanting to be inside of our awesome, comfortable house? I also, Jesu was, well, I don't want to say he's one of the normal ones, because in the course of the 10 days of the show, he did basically go from like a fairly affable guy to showing extreme symptoms of clinical depression. But I also feel like so much of that comes down to the makeover. I really feel like that it was rotten from the seed when they gave him that makeover. He never had a chance with what they did to him. It's not his fault. He did. He looked better with the beard. He looked like he could have been the governor of a province in the Joseon era or something like that. But instead, they turned him into like a Victorian vampire or something. I can't believe it. It's sausage all day. It's a full day of sausage. I really thought I would have beaten the game by now. Yes, and they didn't Draculify him like they Draculified Germa. They Draculified, almost like, I'm trying to think of what the distinction is. But there's something to do with the hair and having a little bit more of like you need an angular face to pull off the sexy Dracula look. He had more of like a, well, I can't really think of what movie monster he would have been better as, to be honest, but he didn't have the Dracula style to him. They did make him look a little bit like a porcelain doll. I thought that could do it, man. I think you're mummy coated. You think I'd be a mummy? Mummy coated. I see it. Tough for me though. Toe walking mummy. Ghost core. I don't think I'm a. I do think making me a monosyllabic movie villain, to me, it doesn't feel like it's playing to my strengths. I feel like I would be much better as like a petulant villain. I don't know if I have Chucky energy, but like some kind of animated toy or like a chaotic, vengeful spirit like Leprechaun, like Warwick Davis's Leprechaun or something like that. Like a goblin, yeah, a goblin. Like a gremlin who can talk, like Gizmo if Gizmo spoke English. A Mogwai, something like that. Little monster you catch by putting out some milkless cereal. Yeah. And you catch me with my pale ass body, like cravenly shoving the cereal, and I'm. Ah! And then you feel some sympathy because I've been torturing the protagonist for the whole movie, and now I'm scared. Now I'm just a cornered animal, and you go, "Oh my God, that thing that was so nefarious that we were scared of for the whole movie." Now he's just going. But they gotta ice me anyway. They gotta slime me out, so I don't come back in the sequel. Oh. Whoop. Oh. Not sausage out the damn back. Nobody asked this, but I want to answer it. If I was in a teen slasher movie as the monster, what would the teenagers be playing in their car while they were driving to the cabin where they were going to experience the worst weekend of their lives? I think it would definitely be Semi-Charmed Kind of Life by Third Eye Blind. I could picture them in a convertible driving down like the Pacific Coast Highway going. It just opens with them do 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 do, and but the first scene is like the last guy who was there. It's a shadowed figure over his body going like and like tearing at organs and stuff like that. And then the smash cut to the do 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 do. The sky was gold, it was rose, I was taking sips of it through my... And I wish I could go back there, so I censored it because I don't know if you know this, but the song has a very dark secret inside of it. Doing crystal meth will lift you up until you break, you don't stop. Could be a hell of a movie, man. And the credits music, the credits music is Tom's Diner. Wait, what a great fucking echo. It ends with do 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 do. They were running from the monster that was just a older bald guy. He likes to eat Frosted Flakes, but he does not put any milk there. Yeah, that would be fucking good, man. That would be good shit. Have you seen the end of Oak Street? Yeah, bro. It's a bridge that takes you to Richmond Costco. Or alternatively, it's like False Creek. You know what I'm saying? So true. Actually, I heard that Oak Street doesn't end until you get to like Tijuana. Because once you cross the border, that shit turns into I-5, bro. I do know what you're saying. North end of Oak Street is fucked. Why did it snow today? Because that's when sometimes when it snows, you better hope you don't have to go down the north end of Oak Street, which is at like a 70-degree angle. And also, the fucking cars never stop for the cyclists or the pedestrians. Thank you for saying that fuck-ass bike crossing, because I couldn't agree with you more. Cyclists, they're taking their life into their own hands. By the way, it's the driver's and the urban planner's fault. Because you got like 40 SUVs on a 70-degree angle, and one dude is in a VW Golf trying like not to stall his car and then roll downhill. Oak Street has lost a lot of its aura ever since that Toys R Us closed. Old. Still a good street, though. Toys were us. That's right. Toys were us. What's your favorite street in Vancouver? Oh, I mean, it depends what you're looking for, man. It depends what you're looking for. Like, if we're talking about to eat, you got to be talking about something like Denman, maybe East First in Kitsilano, maybe Commercial Drive. That's true. You look like a West Fourth kind of guy. There's some things I like on West 4th. I wouldn't say it's my favorite. You're right, Main Street's got some heat on the Michelin Mile, man. You guys ever been to Sushi Hill? I had my thrill there. No, no, no. It's pretty good. And it's right next to that On and Chi, which is also really fucking good. Oh, are you kidding me? Southwest Marine, fun street to drive on too. You see lots of like really, really nice houses. It's one lane for like 4 kilometers, so you never have to waste any mental energy thinking about, should I change lanes here? Worst street, and that's, honestly, I think that's pretty easy. Oh yeah, scary street to bike on, because people are trying to get out of their driveways onto a street that has like either 100-kilometer-an-hour cars or bumper-to-bumper traffic 24/7. So like that's tough. Night Street, pretty rough. I hate driving on Kingsway, bro. Kingsway is so annoying to drive on. Broadway, not so bad, and I'll tell you why. Because it's under construction. No one drives on it anymore. They all go, I got to avoid Broadway because of all the construction. And so it's pretty dead. A lot of it, at least, is pretty dead. And plus, every time you turn onto it, you get to go, everybody dance out on the gay white way with all of the cafes and cabarets, Broadway rhythm. Everybody sing and dance. Anyway, hold. Kind of what I'm looking for. Although I think we need it to be... We need it to be a lighter shot. You would be a good shiny hunter based on your performance in this game? No, I would be a bad shiny hunter because I can only stave off the boredom when I'm playing a game that's good. If I'm playing a game that sucks and just rolling a dice over and over, no offense, Toasty, I'm not going to be able to, it's not going to be able to keep my attention. This is not just rolling a random number generator over and over. This is me learning skills based on the situation we're in. It's funny because you're mad that I'm insulting Pokemon. We had a real Pokemon fan in Yusong stay with us last weekend. Kate and Yusong were talking mad shit about Pokemon. So I know how you talk when you're not talking to someone who's insulting Pokemon. When you're talking to other Pokemon fans, you're like, oh yeah, the games suck. They've sucked for a long time. But when someone that's not in the in-group says, well, the games kind of suck, you go, no! No, they fucking don't, bro. Outsider. Yeah, because you don't get it? Well, I guess we're in different camps, because I think it sucks because it's boring. You think it sucks because they, like, made rare candies cost, like, 17 Curagas or something. Some stupid shit that I don't care about at all. Bro, they nerfed incubators or some shit, is probably what you're going to say. Wait, let me see this. L or not, I live in a big-ass city for 10 years. Don't bother learning the street names because I just Google Maps it. I'm going to call that an L, but you have time to save yourself. I'll tell you what happened. Many, many years ago, probably 2017 or 2018, someone broke into our car and stole the micro SD card connected to our navigation system. Probably got big bucks for that when they fenced it, too. Hey, here's a digital map of the city we live in. Okay. Whoa, because this is a fucking video game and I'm Link, that's a priceless artifact. Here's 100 rupees. Like, what do you think? What are you going to get for that, man? Just a waste of everybody's time. But anyway, oh, that was beautiful. But anyway, I said, I'm not buying another SD card to pop that shit in there. I'll just learn the streets in the city. And that's kind of what I did. And it actually is crazy aura to just get in the car and be like, where are we going? And then your wife tells you where you're going. And you go, oh, I know how to get there. I'll go boom, ba-dump, ba-dump. And then once we get in the vicinity, I'll just wait till I see it. And then I'll park. Because you realize, like, Once you free yourself from big map, cities are, except for Boston, are laid out in a way that's relatively easy to get around. Complete all basic levels? What are you talking about? They have, you are going either north, east, south, or west. There will be big roads that go in those directions. So you just go west on a big road until you get to a big road that takes you north. And then you use a small road to take you to the final destination. It's that simple. So honestly, like in Vancouver, you only need to know like 16 streets. And you can basically get within a kilometer of anywhere you need to go. And the rest is just using your eyes to be like, there it is. What a shot. How are you younger than me, but so Gen X? Both of my parents worked, so I had to make my own sandwiches when I came home from school. Let me tell you, trauma ages you real quick. I guess you've never had any problems in your life, and your life is perfect, and you've never made a mistake. That's not even true. Both of my parents did work, but I just went to my grandparents' house after school and then ate a fuckload of Pringles, like so many Pringles. And then last weekend, my mom had a Pringles ad was on TV. My mom had the audacity to say, "Do you still like Pringles? You used to love them when you were a kid." I was just bored at grandma's house and she had a fuckload of Pringles. I'm 8 years old. What am I? It's not like I was like begging her to buy Pringles. She had Pringles and I was a little kid who didn't have shit to do. Of course I'm eating Pringles. The same reason I'm eating all of her damn Eat More chocolate bars. It's not because I think the chocolate bars are awesome. They look like turds. The Eat More chocolate bar looks objectively like a turd. I'm eating them because they're there. Have your parents ever watched one of your streams? My mom's probably watching right now, if I had to guess. Who's posting the cot emote first? I'm embarrassed I can't do this all in one shot, man. We should do a permadeath version of this. Where if you ever mess up the sausage, you go back to level 1. Eat a real sausage every time you miss. Now you're talking. Great game for Joey Chestnut. It's true. Oh! Did you see that Dan started timing out random chatters every time he died in Dark Souls? Now, Bugbite, you are a Kino enjoyer. What I know you speak with some specificity. So I want to ask you with no ambiguity possible. Were they random, as in selected randomly? Or was it just the first comment he saw that annoyed him when he was already in an annoyed state, which is not random, that's targeted. Which is, I support, quite frankly. I also support banning people randomly because that would just be funny. To not say anything and then be banned for no reason. That's comedy right there. Nailed it. That looks pretty good, man. Oh, a little too hot. Already got banned from Atriox chat for asking about boogers. You know what's good? That could have been us. Just Flynn. That could have been us, but look at us now. We got through the booger thing, and now we're riding the Peloton together every day. Just one difference in an initial reaction can have a massive impact on the way that both of our lives could have gone. I'm becoming healthy because of you. It's because of you, bro. I just gave you all the motivation and the advice and taught you how. And every single day check in to make sure you're being accountable, and you wouldn't be doing it if it wasn't for me. Other than that, it's all you. Do you have to ride at the same time? If you want to go and take a ride with me and smoke an L in the back of the limousine, tell me, why do I feel this? Hey, must be the boogie. Says something like that. Close enough. Now let's do country grammar. That's got to be as close as you can possibly get. Why was he wearing that Band-Aid? Maybe he was on warfarin, so he constantly cut himself shaving. Every single time he shaved, he cut himself shaving because he was on a medical grade blood thinner. That's my hypothesis. What the fuck was that? When I was in middle school, I sang Hot in Here, and my mom got called, but she was the one listening to the song with me. I'll tell you, if I ever get called into school, and my daughter's crime that gets me called in is she was singing like the uncensored lyrics to Bitch by Meredith Brooks or something like that, that kid ain't in trouble. The school's in trouble. Kid didn't do anything wrong. Now, there are some songs. There are some songs. She was scaring all the kids quoting Jay-Z from Monster. And I quote, Godzilla, King Kong, Loch Ness, a monster with no conscience. You think that's funny? Kids in the classroom were going eek and shit like that. Kids in the classroom were going, ah! The concept of a really large lizard that lives in the water. It's not, I mean, the Loch Ness Monster, as far as I know, has never even had any evil acts associated with its existence, right? Like, it's not like its presence portends a foul omen or something like that. He's just swimming around the lake. I'm sure they're eating fish or something, because they got to eat something to sustain such a prodigious size, but Loch Ness is such a funny monster. He should have said, Nikki from Obsession, Godzilla, King Kong. And King Kong even, he didn't really, it was humanity that fucked up King Kong, bro. What's King Kong guilty of? He didn't really, you're going to say kidnapping. I don't think he kidnapped that lady. Yes, he had her in She was trapped within his grasp. But she was also sympathetic. She was sympathetic to it a little bit because she was like, we shouldn't have taken his ass out of Skull Island or whatever. He was chilling there, ripping jaws off T-Rexes and shit. Anyway. He was the one who got kidnapped. That's actually, now that I think about it, I never really thought about it that way. It's fucked up to get mad at King Kong for kidnapping a person when it was people who kidnapped King Kong. The only reason King Kong could even kidnap a person is because he was, yeah, okay, he was Kong-napped. That's a good way to phrase it. He was made royalty. He was literally a freak at a show for New Yorkers to go and go, my God, by Jove, what a prodigiously large primate. One of the worst fates you could possibly have, to be ogled by the good people of New York City as some kind of freak of nature. That's right. Mamdani wouldn't have done that. He would have said, we're bringing Kong back to Skull Island. There'd be like a selfie with Mamdani eating like a slice of pizza with King Kong or something like that before he sent him off on the plane to Skull Island. They would both be speaking Mandarin. They'd both be saying like, 我们喜欢披萨. They would be saying some shit like that. 我们喜欢吃披萨. God, man. Maybe that shit would have been awesome, actually. That's perfect. What if it's lower? Now this is a devilish one. What the fuck is pia? I honestly don't know how to say pizza in Mandarin, so I just kind of took a flyer. There's a lot of loan words from English when it comes to food. I mean, we've established cafe. I still haven't mastered ta ke. Hold. And of course, don't forget about what was burrito again? That taco was perfect. I've been working on my tone 3. Thank you for saying that. I've been working on my tone 3. And cafe has actually shown up in the app a few times, so I've been practicing it. Moshike Xuan Bing, Moshike Xuan Bing, something like that. Oh. I think that's big. I think in 6 months, I'll be able to play a game of PUBG with Chinese teammates. I think it would be an awesome video. Because what do I need to say? Not that much. I need to know how to say, hello, I am from Vancouver, Canada. I live in Vancouver, Canada. Please speak Chinese with me. I can easily do that. 请跟我讲汉语. And then, all I need to know is how to say, like, they're over there. 他们在哪儿? 他们在哪儿? I could do that. And if I need to read out some directions or something, they're just numbers. I can easily be like, oh, they're at 331. They're at, I could do this. 他们在331. 331在北. I could do that, man. I could do that. And imagine how much better it'll be in 6 months, bro. They're all gonna say, bro, speak English. And that's where I say, fucking... 不讲英语，请跟我讲汉语。 Am I wrong? Because in my head, I don't think that they're going to say, let's just speak English. I think that's something that happens in Japan. You try to speak Japanese in Japan, they're like, let's just do this whole thing in English, white boy. But I think in PUBG Open Comms, I think if I got the right squad, I think they would be like, this guy's funny as fuck. This guy's all right, man. Laughing at you, not with you? Well, you know, got to start somewhere. I mean, why would they be laughing with me for saying the guy's at 331 at North? Also, I feel like at least some of the guns I could probably say. Like the AK-47, it must be AK 47, right? 我属好，我是用 AK-47. I only use AK-47. I can live with that. I can absolutely live with that. What a fucking flop. Do they have 6.7 in China? I'm not even fucking with you. They have 6.6. They have Leo, and they do this. Actually, I think they do it 3 times. Leo, and they go like that. When I said Leo, and I did this, my teacher got really mad, and she said it's 3 times. So I guess saying it twice might mean you're telling someone to like go drown or something. But 3 times is like, that's cool. 2 times, no, do not do it. 2 times is really, 2 times is what you do on a funeral. So you're basically saying you wish that they were a dead ghost and their ancestors were banished to purgatory forever. But 3 times means that was pretty awesome. One good bounce would have put us there, man. Yes, that's true. 我的老师不喜欢 Leo. That's true. 100% fucking true. She was mad Buchuan on that. Buchihuan, I should say. I'm pretty sure Buchuan means like keep your clothes on or something. don't take them off. Hold. Does your teacher know about the stream? She knows I'm a Tiandong Wang Hong who works in the space of video games. Unemployed? She might think that. Possible. She might not know I'm something of a Daka, which I think means big deal, or could also mean large credit card, depending on your tone. No. I'm waiting for my shot. That could have been my shot. Check out Devil's Plan now that you finish Better Late Than Single. You're not going to trick me, okay? Because I watched Devil's Plan Season 1. I only found out recently that the Korean netizens are like 50-50 on Devil's Plan Season 1. I thought it was a superlative season of reality TV because Orbit fucking turned the game on its head and had the game designers going, what the fuck? They weren't supposed to be working together. And there was the whole The one sect that was like all about working together, and then the one guy who was like, no, I want to be the exceptional individual, that created like a great tension and conflict. And then season 2, where the one alliance just got power because they had 6 people and the other alliance had 5 people, and they voted out. Well, I guess they don't vote out, but they eliminated the other alliance one by one, and then everybody on the winning alliance went, I guess I'll just give up now and let this guy win. I guess I'll just structure my entire game to let this guy win for some reason, because we don't want people online to be mad at us or something. I don't even understand, man. Have you watched The Genius? We have to know. I have not seen The Genius, but that's the Devil's Plan creator show before Devil's Plan season 1, right? Yes, it's so good. Maybe I should see that. Is that on NBC? Maybe I'll watch it after Running Man. No, man, no. And then it's got it. You catch it on the lip, and it goes. You know what's great sometimes? I don't know if this is still the case on Netflix, but it seems crazy to me that sometimes you would watch like a multi-million-dollar produced Korean show on Netflix, and at the end of it, it would say like subtitles by Dave or something. Like it would be like a person, like an individual person's name. I don't know if maybe that's just a person at a large localization company or something like that, or if they just hire one person, or if they're sourcing it from people online or something like that. Or worse, a username. I'm like, damn, I just watched a movie that had like, it was directed by Park Chan-wook, and the subtitles were done by like Stinky Burrito 21. I cooked and ate lunch, went to the gym, played soccer. I come back, you're still playing this game. How entertaining can it be? First time chat, how entertaining could your lunch and your soccer be if you came back? If your soccer and your lunch were awesome, shouldn't you still be enjoying them right now instead of coming back to my boring ass? I mean, you're the one, you left and you came back, and now you're saying something like, how stupid am I to still be playing this game? Buddy, you came back. You're like Rachel in the Friends season finale. You got off the plane, buddy. They don't get it. They just don't get it. Didn't like the bounce. Don't mention the nips this time. I never said anything about nipples. All I said is it must have been cold on the set. You, in your perverted little brain, took that to be a reference to something. One's a little slippery. Oh. They did not put her bras in the freezer before the shoot. That's that's an old wives' tale. Is Friends worth watching? Yeah, absolutely. If you're talking to me from 1997 and it comes on once per week and you have one TV in your house and you have to watch what your family's watching anyway. If it's 2026 and you have the ability to choose what to watch on like an individual screen on your wall or like in your pocket or on your desk or something like that, you could probably do better. Please tell me NL didn't play this for all 5 hours. Oni Maroon, what would you rather have seen? We were dispensing some serious wisdom. We were fixing lives. Just Flynn, tell them. Trick Shot Simulator would be the only guess that I'll accept. You notice, by the way, 5 hours? My fucking desiccated ass didn't take a single drink of water, didn't go to the bathroom, didn't get a snack or anything, man. I've been locked the fuck in. Lips are getting chapped as fuck. That is, you're right. No wonder you called me a mummy. This is the last level we're going to do today. Also, when Corey said he beat the sausage game, any Corey viewers here? Did he beat the extra levels, or did he stop when he did beat the extra levels? Okay, well, it's got to be done. 3 more after this. Perfect. 5 more hours. Man, it's nothing to brag about. Fuck you. I think you should brag about watching Corey. He's a good streamer, man. Coffee break's a little long, but he's putting in his time. Long ass coffee breaks. Yeah, really crazy long coffee breaks, and his cookies are awesome. Some might say too good. Got me in a little bit of trouble. Fantasy thoughts? Literally, I'm going to say it's my second favorite Mariah song. Number 1 has got to be, it might be 3. Number 1, I think, has got to be Emotion. Number 2 might be Always Be My Baby. And then number 3 might be Fantasy. Way too much. No Shake It Off. I don't really like the mid-2000s stuff that Mariah did. I got off the Mariah train at Heartbreaker. I don't really like a Touch My Body, lying on the floor. But give me a little taste, just a little bait. Touch my body. I don't really. I don't like that one as much as the '90s ones personally. And if somebody wants to write about clandestine rendezvous, I will hunt. She does. She says it. This is not me, librarian, posting. She says, I will hunt you down. And honestly, that's Mariah, so I believe her. Okay. Slash marker. Sausage 1. I'll send you over to my wife's stream. Have a good time. Of course, I will be back tomorrow. Later, y'all.